Checked out by Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1, Breaking the Ice, literally. The fluorescent lights buzzed like angry wasps overhead, casting their harsh glow over the media scrum area outside the Viper's locker room. Kenzie adjusted her earpiece for the third time, the plastic pinching against her ear as she tried to block out the cacophony of disappointed fans shuffling past in the corridors of Keller Arena. Their grumbles about missed calls and blown leads created a soundtrack of frustration that matched her mood perfectly. She flipped through her notepad, pen clicking rhythmically against the metal spiral binding. 3 penalties. 3 separate, completely avoidable penalties that had cost the Vipers their momentum and ultimately the game. The same pattern she'd been watching all season. Bodie Keller playing like he had something to prove instead of something to win. Her phone buzzed with a text from Harper. How many different ways can you ask, why do you suck? Go easy on Golden Boy. Kenzie snorted, thumbs flying across the screen. I prefer surgical precision to going easy. Around her, the other reporters shuffled impatiently, cameras and microphones at the ready. The usual post-game energy hung thick in the air, equal parts adrenaline and obligation. She had done this dance dozens of times before, but something about tonight felt different. Maybe it was the way the crowd had actually booed during the third period, or maybe it was just that she was tired of watching talent get wasted on ego. The locker room door finally creaked open, and there he was. Bodie Keller emerged in his perfectly tailored post-game suit, hair still damp from the shower and catching the fluorescent light in a way that probably looked great on camera. His trademark smile spread across his face as he approached the cluster of reporters, that practiced, media-trained expression that somehow managed to be both charming and completely empty. Here we go, Kenzie thought, raising her microphone as the camera started rolling. Bodie, she began, her voice cutting through the shuffling and whispers. Tonight's game saw you rack up 3 penalties in the second period alone. Is this your new strategy, or are you just having trouble staying focused? The question hung in the air for a beat, and she watched his smile falter just slightly, a micro-expression that probably only she caught. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly before the practice deflection kicked in. Every game teaches us something, he said, blue eyes fixed somewhere just over her left shoulder. Tonight we learned we need to be more disciplined moving forward. Of course. The same sanitized non-answer he'd been giving all season. Kenzie felt her patience snap like a rubber band stretched too far. That's the same thing you said last week after the cross-checking incident, she pressed, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. At what point do you take responsibility for costing your team these games? Now she had his attention. His eyes snapped to hers, and for a second she saw something real flicker across his face. Irritation, maybe even anger. The media training was cracking. I'm out there giving everything I have for this team, he said, his voice losing some of its polished edge. Maybe if the media focused on solutions instead of problems, we'd all be better off. The deflection attempt was so weak it was almost insulting. Kenzie felt her professional composure slip like sand through her fingers, and the words tumbled out before she could stop them. Well, when you start playing like you care more about winning than your Instagram followers, maybe we'll have solutions to write about. The effect was immediate and electric. The surrounding reporters fell silent, phones suddenly appearing in hands like magic tricks. Bodie stared at her in complete shock, his carefully controlled public persona shattering like ice hit with a hammer. The silence stretched for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Cameras kept rolling, phones kept recording, and Bodie Keller, golden boy of the Vipers, stood speechless in front of all of it. Kenzie removed her earpiece with deliberate slowness, the small plastic device suddenly feeling heavy in her fingers. She handed it to the stunned camera operator. Poor guy looked like he'd just witnessed a car crash and walked away without another word. Her heels echoed against the arena's concrete floor as she made her escape, each step taking her further from what was probably going to be the most viral sports interview of the year. The rational part of her brain, the part that usually kept her mouth in check, was screaming that she'd just made a massive professional mistake. But the louder part, the part that had been watching Bodie Keller waste his talent for months, felt oddly satisfied. The drive home passed in a blur of city lights and radio static. She'd turned off her phone after the third call from her editor, not quite ready to face whatever storm was brewing online. By the time she climbed the stairs to her apartment, her hands were shaking slightly, whether from adrenaline or delayed shock she couldn't tell. "Oh my God, you're finally home!" Harper's voice hit her before she'd even gotten her key out of the lock. "Get in here! You need to see this." Kenzie pushed through the door to find her best friend cross-legged on their worn couch, laptop balanced on one knee and phone in her hand. The living room looked like mission control for a social media crisis, with multiple devices glowing and Harper's whiteboard of Kenzie's headline ratings propped against the coffee table. "Please tell me it's not that bad," Kenzie said, dropping her bag and immediately starting to pace. The nervous energy from the arena hadn't worn off yet. If anything, being home made it worse. "Define bad," Harper said, not looking up from her screen. "Because if by bad you mean the entire internet is losing its collective mind over a 30-second clip of you verbally destroying a hockey player, then yes, it's very bad. Also very entertaining." Kenzie groaned, running her hands through her hair and dislodging the careful waves she'd styled that morning. "How viral are we talking?" "Bodie Burn is at number 2, Harper announced with barely contained glee, scrolling through her phone. "And Kiss or Kill just hit number 5. Oh, and someone already made a gif of his face when you said the Instagram thing. His expression is, wow. This is a disaster." Kenzie collapsed into the armchair across from Harper, finally stopping her restless pacing. "I just tanked my career for one moment of satisfaction." "Are you kidding?" Harper looked up from her laptop, eyes bright with excitement. "Kenzie, everybody is talking about this. The Bleacher Report retweeted it. ESPN shared it. You've got reporters from other cities asking for your contact info." "For all the wrong reasons," Kenzie muttered, but even as she said it, she could feel a small spark of vindication in her chest. She'd said what everyone was thinking. Maybe that counted for something. Harper held up her phone, showing a Twitter notification. "Okay, but listen to this thread. Someone compiled all your previous Bodie interviews, and people are calling it 3 years of receipts. You've been consistently calling out his attitude problem since 2021. Because I've been right since 2021, Kenzie said, a bit more defensively than necessary. "I know that, and now the entire internet knows that too." Harper's fingers flew across her keyboard. "Wait, this is good." Marcus Chen from The Athletic just posted a breakdown of Bodie's penalty stats correlated with your interview questions. You've literally been documenting his decline in real time. Despite herself, Kenzie felt a flutter of professional pride. She'd been doing her job, asking the hard questions, holding people accountable. If Bodie Keller couldn't handle that, it wasn't her fault. Her phone, still silenced in her bag, lit up with another call. Through the fabric, she could see her editor's name flashing on the screen. I should probably answer that, she said, making no move to actually get up. Or, Harper said, holding up her laptop, you could watch this compilation someone made of Bodie's non-answers set to elevator music. The comments section is chef's kiss. Kenzie leaned forward despite herself, peering at the screen. The video was already at 50,000 views, with comments ranging from laughing emojis to genuine analysis of interview techniques. Her phone buzzed again, this time with a text from a number she didn't recognize. This is going to sound crazy, but I think we need to talk. Bodie. She stared at the screen, her brain struggling to process the words. How the hell had he gotten her personal number? Harper, she said slowly, hypothetically speaking, if Bodie Keller somehow got my phone number and wanted to talk, what would you say the odds are that he's planning to murder me? Harper looked up from her laptop, eyebrows raised. On a scale of 1 to 10, probably a 6. Why? Kenzie held up her phone, showing the text. Harper's eyes widened, and she immediately started typing something on her laptop. Oh, this is perfect, Harper said, fingers flying across the keyboard. I'm adding mysterious late-night texts to your headline board. The internet is going to eat this up. I'm not posting about this, Kenzie said quickly. This is weird enough without adding social media to it. So you're going to text him back? The question hung in the air between them. Kenzie stared at her phone screen, at those 7 words that somehow felt more dangerous than facing down Bodie Keller in front of rolling cameras. This is going to sound crazy, but I think we need to talk. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. The rational part of her brain was screaming that engaging with him was exactly the wrong move, professionally, personally, in every possible way. But the same part of her that had delivered that devastating line about Instagram followers was curious. What could Bodie Keller possibly have to say to her that couldn't be said through official channels? Harper was watching her with unconcealed fascination, laptop forgotten in favor of this live action drama playing out on their couch. The smart thing to do is delete it and pretend it never happened, Kenzie said, still staring at the screen. The smart thing is rarely the interesting thing, Harper replied. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? You already broke him on live television. Any conversation after that is going to be anticlimactic. Kenzie's phone buzzed again, another text from the same number. I know how this looks, but I promise I'm not crazy. I just think there are some things you should know. Now I'm definitely intrigued, Harper said, reading over Kenzie's shoulder. Mystery? Intrigue? Possible scandal? This is better than any Netflix show. Or it's a hockey player having some kind of breakdown, and I'm about to become part of his origin story, Kenzie muttered. But her thumb was already moving across the screen. How did you get this number? The response came back almost immediately. Your cameraman tonight is my neighbor's cousin. Long story. Can we meet somewhere? I know I'm probably the last person you want to see right now. Okay, that's actually kind of normal, Harper said, squinting at the screen. Like weirdly normal for a potential stalker situation. Kenzie stared at the text conversation, her mind racing. Every instinct she had was telling her this was a terrible idea. Professional distance existed for a reason. Getting personally involved with subjects, especially subjects she'd just publicly eviscerated, was exactly the kind of mistake that ended careers. But there was something about the tone of his messages that didn't match the polished, deflective person she had been interviewing for 3 years. These texts felt honest, raw, even. This is probably a terrible idea, she typed back. Definitely a terrible idea, came the immediate response. But I think it might also be necessary. Chapter 2, CPR, pucks, and a proposal. The leather chair in Darren's conference room felt like it was designed to make people confess their crimes. Bodie slumped deeper into it, watching his agent pace behind a table that looked like a crime scene. Printed screenshots of social media posts scattered across the polished surface like evidence of his professional murder. 17,000 retweets, Miranda Chen said, her voice carrying the clinical precision of a coroner delivering a cause of death. She clicked through her tablet without looking up, rattling off statistics like they were stock prices. 43 news outlets picked it up, and your Q rating dropped 6 points overnight. Bodie winced. 6 points was the difference between endorsement deals and endorsement rejections, between being the face of a campaign and being the cautionary tale about why brands needed better vetting processes. Miranda was the kind of crisis management specialist who looked like she'd been born wearing a power suit and carrying a briefcase full of damage control strategies. Sharp-eyed, didn't begin to cover it. She had the laser focus of someone who could spin a natural disaster into a heartwarming story about community resilience. The GM called this morning, Darren said, stopping mid-pace to fix Bodie with what he'd come to recognize as the "we're in deep trouble" stare. It was the same look Darren had given him when he'd accidentally liked his ex-girlfriend's vacation photos on Instagram 3 months after their very public breakup. Sponsors are asking questions, and the league office wants a statement about your public conduct. Public conduct. Like he'd been caught stealing charity money, instead of giving a perfectly reasonable response to a reporter who'd been gunning for him since day one. Bodie slouched further into the chair, wondering if this was what it felt like to be a stock that everyone was shorting. "Look," he said, attempting what he hoped was a reasonable tone, "maybe we're overreacting here. It was one interview. Sports interviews go badly all the time. Remember when that linebacker called the reporter's question weapons grade stupid? Everyone forgot about that in a week." Miranda looked up from her tablet for the first time since he'd walked in, fixing him with the kind of stare that suggested she'd seen enough athletes crash and burn to power a small city. That linebacker wasn't already on thin ice with management about attitude issues. "You are?" The reminder hit like a puck to the solar plexus. 3 minor penalties in the last 2 weeks, 2 arguments with referees that had made it into highlight reels for the wrong reasons, and now this. The team had been patient with his adjustment to being their new star player, but patience had limits, especially when sponsors started making uncomfortable phone calls. Miranda slid a manila folder across the table toward him, her manicured fingers drumming once against the surface. "We need to humanize you. Show vulnerability. Make the public see you as more than just another entitled athlete, throwing tantrums when things don't go his way." "I don't throw tantrums," Bodie protested, even though he could hear how defensive he sounded. "I just express displeasure with subpar officiating." "Your expressions of displeasure are becoming memes," Miranda said flatly. "There's a TikTok compilation of your penalty box reactions set to Broadway show tunes. It has 2 million views." Darren cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the office like a warning bell. "We're thinking a relationship, something public, authentic looking, someone the media already respects." The words hung in the air like a particularly absurd example of modern poetry. Bodie blinked, processing what he'd just heard, then laughed. The sound echoed off the glass walls of the conference room, bouncing back at him like mockery. "You want me to fake date someone?" The words came out between chuckles that felt increasingly hollow. "What is this, a romantic comedy? Are we going to hire a screenwriter to give us cute meet cute moments?" His amusement died a quick and brutal death when he looked between Darren and Miranda. Neither of them was smiling. Neither of them looked like they were about to reveal that this was all an elaborate joke designed to test his reaction to career-ending absurdity. "Jesus," he said, the laughter draining from his voice like air from a punctured tire. "You're Miranda opened the folder she'd slid across the table, revealing what looked like a dossier, complete with photos and printed articles. The top image was a press credential photo of Kenzie Morales, her dark eyes staring directly into the camera with the kind of unwavering confidence that had probably intimidated half the athletes she'd ever interviewed. "She's respected," Miranda said, her tone suggesting she was reading from a grocery list rather than proposing what might be the most bizarre career decision of his life. "Sharp, professional, and the public already knows there's tension between you two. A redemption arc would be incredibly compelling from a narrative standpoint." Bodie stared at the photo, remembering the way Kenzie's eyes had flashed during last night's interview when she'd delivered that devastating line about Instagram followers. The woman in the press photo looked serious, professional, completely in control. It's nothing like someone who would willingly participate in a fake relationship with a hockey player she just burned to a crisp on live television. "He hates me," he said, because it seemed like an important detail that Miranda and Darren were conveniently overlooking. "Like genuinely hates me? Did you miss the part where she basically called me a vapid Instagram influencer who happens to play hockey?" "Tension sells," Darren said with the kind of casual certainty that made Bodie wonder if his agent had been replaced by a robot programmed exclusively with PR talking points. "Enemies to lovers is catnip to the media. They'll eat it up." "Enemies to lovers," Bodie repeated slowly, as if saying the words might make them make more sense. "You're talking about real people, not characters in a romance novel. Real people with real careers that need real damage control," Miranda said, closing the folder with a snap. "Your next endorsement deal depends on rehabilitating your image. Her career could use the boost from a high-profile relationship that shows her range beyond hard-hitting sports journalism." The GM's words from their meeting last week echoed in Bodie's mind. "Your behavior reflects on this entire organization. Not just his behavior on the ice, but everything. Every interview, every social media post, every public appearance. He was supposed to be the face of the franchise, the player little kids looked up to, the guy who sold jerseys and filled seats. Instead, he was becoming the player parents warned their kids not to emulate." "How exactly would this work?" he asked, surprised to hear the words coming out of his mouth. "Hypothetically speaking," Miranda's smile was the kind that probably cost extra. "Carefully orchestrated public appearances, social media posts that suggest growing closeness, a few strategic interviews where you both acknowledge the evolution of your relationship." "What's in it for her?" Bodie asked, because it was the most obvious question in a conversation full of obvious questions no one was asking. "Exclusive interview access," Darren said, pulling out his own tablet and swiping through what looked like contract details, behind-the-scenes content for her articles. Plus the career boost from being associated with a high-profile athlete during his redemption arc. It's a win-win. Bodie wondered if there was a specific term for the feeling of watching your life become a carefully managed media strategy. It felt like standing on ice that was just starting to crack. Still solid enough to hold your weight, but making ominous sounds that suggested movement in any direction might send you plunging into cold water. "She's going to say no," he said, because it seemed important to voice the obvious. "She might surprise you," Miranda said. "Ambitious journalists don't turn down career opportunities lightly, especially opportunities that give them unprecedented access to exactly the kind of story that could make their reputation." An hour later, Bodie found himself walking into Cafe Clutch with the kind of nervous energy he usually reserved for playoff games. The downtown coffee shop was exactly the kind of place he'd expect to find journalists. Warm lighting that made everything look slightly conspiratorial, too much caffeine in the air, and quiet corner tables perfect for conducting interviews or planning elaborate fake relationships. He spotted Kenzie immediately, sitting at a table near the back with Vanessa Quinn. They had notebooks out, Vanessa's hands moving animatedly as she spoke, Kenzie leaning forward with the focused attention of someone conducting a serious interview. Professional, in her element, completely unaware that her afternoon was about to take a sharp left turn into career-altering insanity. Bodie had exactly enough time to wonder if approaching their table was the worst idea he'd ever had when Darren appeared beside him, crisis mode phone already buzzing in his hand. Perfect timing, Darren said, pocketing the phone without checking who was calling. Let's do this. Maybe we should wait until she's done with. But Darren was already walking toward their table with the purposeful stride of someone who'd never met a social situation he couldn't turn into a business opportunity. Bodie followed, feeling like he was skating toward a check he could see coming but couldn't avoid. Kenzie looked up as they approached, her expression shifting from mild curiosity to recognition to something that might charitably be called professional wariness. Vanessa glanced between them, eyebrows raising as she clearly sensed the sudden shift in atmospheric pressure. Kenzie, Darren said, somehow managing to make her name sound like the opening line of a sales pitch. Perfect timing. We have a proposition that could benefit both your careers. Bodie watched Kenzie's face carefully, cataloging the exact moment confusion gave way to dawning horror. It was like watching someone realize they'd walked into the wrong meeting room and discovered an intervention in progress. A strategic partnership, Darren continued, either oblivious to or ignoring the way Kenzie's grip had tightened on her iced coffee glass. Something that would rehabilitate Bodie's image while elevating your profile in the industry. The silence that followed was the kind that made nearby conversations seem inappropriately loud. Kenzie's eyes moved from Darren to Bodie and back again, and Bodie could practically see the gears turning in her head as she put together exactly what kind of strategic partnership they were proposing. Her iced coffee glass hit the table with enough force to make the couple at the next table look up in alarm. The sound cut through the cafe's ambient noise like a gunshot. "You've got to be kidding me," she said, her voice carrying the kind of controlled fury that suggested someone was about to get verbally dismantled with surgical precision. Bodie found himself watching her face, noting the way her eyes had narrowed into what he was beginning to recognize as her signature look of professional disdain. It was the same expression she'd worn during last night's interview, the same look that had preceded her devastating comment about Instagram followers. Despite everything, the absurdity of the situation, the potential career consequences, the fact that this conversation was happening in a coffee shop, like something out of a bad romantic comedy, he found himself oddly fascinated by what she might say next. "Yes," he said, the word coming out before he'd fully processed the decision to say it. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him, with expressions ranging from surprise to horror to what might have been professional satisfaction. "Yes to what, exactly?" Kenzie asked, her voice carrying the kind of dangerous quiet that suggested the next words out of his mouth might determine whether he left this cafe with his dignity intact. Bodie looked at her, really looked at her, taking in the way she was sitting perfectly straight in her chair, like she was preparing for battle. The way her pen was still poised over her notebook, despite the fact that this conversation had veered so far from journalism, it was practically in another zip code. "Yes to whatever insane plan Darren just proposed," he said, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "Because honestly, after last night, my image couldn't get much worse. And you..." He paused, watching the way her eyebrows were threatening to disappear into her hairline. "You look like you're about to say something that'll either destroy me completely or make this the most interesting conversation I've had in months. And I want to see which one it is." Chapter 3, Terms and Conditions. The conference room at Chen and Associates looked like it had been designed by someone who believed human emotion was a design flaw that could be minimized through strategic use of glass and chrome. Kenzie sat across from Miranda Chen, staring at what might have been the most surreal document she'd ever encountered in her journalism career. A thick contract labeled Strategic Partnership Agreement in crisp sans serif font. Beside her, Bodie was doing something with his phone that involved a lot of scrolling and zero eye contact. The air between them felt like the awkward space after a bad joke. Too much silence, too much awareness, and absolutely nowhere to hide. Miranda slid matching copies toward them with the kind of surgical precision that suggested she'd performed this particular operation before. Her manicured fingers aligned the documents with mathematical exactness, and Kenzie found herself wondering if the woman had ever done anything in her life that wasn't calculated to the nearest degree. Page 3 outlines the event schedule: charity galas, team functions, social media appearances, Miranda said, her voice carrying the same professional detachment she might use to discuss quarterly profit margins. Page 7 details the relationship milestones you'll need to hit publicly. Kenzie flipped to page 7 with the kind of morbid curiosity that made people slow down to look at car accidents. What she found there made her wonder if she'd somehow fallen asleep at her desk and was currently experiencing the world's most bizarre stress dream. Minimum 2 romantic gestures per week, escalating intimacy timeline, and coordinated social media posts with appropriate hashtags, she read aloud, her voice climbing toward something that might charitably be called barely contained disbelief. She looked up at Miranda, searching the woman's perfectly composed features for any sign that this was an elaborate prank. "You're actually serious about this?" This wasn't a question. Questions implied there was still room for doubt. Bodie leaned over to read from her copy, his shoulder brushing against hers as he muttered, "What qualifies as a romantic gesture? Do we get a manual?" The contact sent an unwelcome prickle of awareness across her skin, the kind of automatic physical reaction that had absolutely nothing to do with her brain, and everything to do with the fact that he smelled like expensive cologne and athletic determination. She shifted away from him, annoyed at her own nervous system for betraying her like this. Moran's expression remained perfectly controlled, as if they'd just asked about office supplies rather than the mechanics of manufacturing romance for public consumption. Hand-holding, public displays of affection, couple photos, sharing personal details in interviews. Nothing inappropriate, but convincing enough to shift the narrative. The way she said inappropriate suggested she had very specific definitions about what crossed that line, and Kenzie found herself both grateful for the boundaries and horrified that such boundaries needed to be explicitly stated in a legal document. "So basically, we're actors," Kenzie said, testing the words out loud to see if they made any more sense spoken than they did written, "performing a relationship for an audience that already thinks we can't stand each other." Which, for the record, we can't, Bodie added, and something about his matter-of-fact delivery made the comment sting more than it should have. Miranda nodded as if this was a perfectly reasonable observation, rather than a glaring obstacle to their entire plan. Public perception is remarkably malleable, with consistent messaging and strategic presentation. The key is maintaining believable chemistry during all interactions. Kenzie stared at the woman, wondering if Miranda had ever experienced chemistry herself, or if she understood it purely as a theoretical concept that could be managed through proper planning and execution. 2 hours later, Kenzie stood in her apartment while Harper spread the contract across their coffee table, like evidence at a crime scene. The document looked even more surreal against the backdrop of their mismatched mugs and the stack of Harper's design magazines, as if someone had accidentally delivered corporate paperwork to the wrong universe. Harper was reading clauses aloud in increasingly dramatic voices, complete with theatrical gasps and mock swooning, while Kenzie paced behind the couch like a caged reporter who'd been denied access to her laptop. Oh, this is rich, Harper said, holding up a page with mock solemnity. Listen to this gem. Both parties agree to maintain believable chemistry during all public interactions. She paused for effect, pressing her free hand to her chest. How exactly does one maintain believable chemistry on a schedule? Like, do you set phone reminders? 3 p.m. be attracted to Bodie Keller? 4 p.m. dentist appointment? Kenzie stopped pacing to glare at the offending document. The contract lay there innocently, as if it wasn't asking her to completely reconstruct her professional relationship with someone whose very existence had become synonymous with everything she found frustrating about sports journalism. It's like they're asking us to perform a relationship for an audience that already thinks we hate each other, she said, voicing the central impossibility of their situation, which, for the record, we do. The word do came out with more emphasis than she'd intended, as if she needed to remind herself of this basic fact. Because somewhere between reading about escalating intimacy timelines and watching Bodie's shoulder move as he'd leaned over her chair, she'd started to lose track of exactly why she was supposed to dislike him so much, which was ridiculous. She had years of evidence supporting her professional assessment of his character, starting with their very first interview and ending with last night's spectacular display of media-trained deflection. Harper set the contract down and looked at her with the expression she reserved for moments when she was about to say something Kenzie didn't want to hear. You know, for someone who hates him so much, you're spending a lot of energy thinking about whether you can fake being attracted to him. I'm thinking about whether I can fake being attracted to him because that's literally what this contract is asking me to do, Kenzie said, gesturing at the document with the kind of wild hand motion that suggested she was losing control of the conversation. It's a professional consideration. Harper's tone suggested she found this explanation about as convincing as a press release written by a politician's nephew. The next morning, Kenzie found herself back in Miranda's sterile conference room for what was euphemistically called a PR training session. The phrase made it sound like they were learning to operate heavy machinery rather than attempting to convince the world they were falling in love. Miranda sat across from them with her tablet and her color-coded crisis management protocols, looking like she was about to perform surgery on their public images. Beside her, Kenzie could feel Bodie's presence like a low-level electric current, the kind of awareness that made her want to check her posture and wonder if her eyeliner was still perfect. We'll start with your origin story, Miranda announced, as if love stories were products that could be manufactured through proper quality control. Every couple needs a compelling meet-cute narrative, and currently, your first interaction reads like a professional execution. Kenzie quietly disagreed with the word reads. What had happened between them during that interview had been a professional execution, complete with witnesses and viral video evidence. Mr. Keller, please walk us through your version of that first meeting, Miranda continued, her pen poised over her tablet, with the efficiency of someone recording depositions. Bodie straightened in his chair, and Kenzie watched something shift in his expression as he slipped into what she was beginning to recognize as his media mode. His shoulders relaxed into a more casual position. His smile became 3 degrees warmer, and his voice took on the kind of practiced charm that had probably gotten him through hundreds of interviews. Well, the energy between us was electric from the start, he said, and Kenzie had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing at the sheer audacity of rewriting history in real time. Kenzie asked the tough questions that other reporters were afraid to ask, and I respected that immediately. There was this... He paused, as if searching for the perfect word to describe their mutual professional antagonism. This spark, like we were both bringing out something in each other that hadn't been there before. Kenzie stared at him, wondering if he actually believed the words coming out of his mouth, or if this was simply what happened when someone spent enough years in media training. the ability to transform any situation into a palatable narrative for public consumption. "That's not what happened," she said, her voice cutting through his rehearsed charm with the precision of someone who'd been there and remembered it differently. "What actually happened was you gave me the most condescending non-answers I'd ever heard, and I called you out for treating the press like we're idiots." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Bodhi's medium-trained smile tightened at the edges, and she could see something real flickering behind his professional mask, something that looked like actual annoyance, rather than the carefully managed version he displayed for cameras. "And what actually happened," he said, his voice maintaining its trained cadence even as his jaw visibly tightened, "was you ambushed me with gotcha questions designed to make me look bad, regardless of how I answered." The accusation hung in the air between them like a challenge. Kenzie felt her back straighten automatically, her reporter instincts engaging in response to what sounded suspiciously like criticism of her professional methods. "I asked you to explain why your penalty minutes had doubled in 6 weeks," she said, her voice taking on the crisp edge she reserved for press conferences when athletes tried to dodge accountability. "That's not a gotcha question. That's journalism. You asked me to comment on whether my increasingly reckless behavior reflected deeper issues with authority," Bodie countered, and she realized with a start that he'd memorized her exact phrasing from their interview. "That's not journalism. That's an editorial disguised as a question." Miranda cleared her throat with a kind of delicate precision that suggested they were veering away from her carefully planned agenda. "Perhaps we should focus on how to transform this passionate disagreement into romantic tension for your public narrative." But Kenzie was no longer listening to Miranda's strategic suggestions. She was looking at Bodie, really looking at him, and realizing with a growing sense of unease that somewhere between his practiced charm and his genuine irritation, she was starting to see glimpses of something more complicated than the simple antagonist she'd been carrying around in her head for the past year. The problem was, she didn't want him to be complicated. Complicated meant she'd have to reconsider her professional assessment of his character, which meant questioning her own judgment, which was pretty much the last thing she could afford to do while signing a contract that required her to fake genuine attraction to someone whose real motivations she was no longer entirely sure she understood. This realization made her want to reach for her recorder and start asking the kind of uncomfortable questions that tended to make people's carefully constructed personas fall apart under scrutiny. Instead, she sat there in Miranda's sterile conference room, wondering how she'd gotten herself into a situation where her next career move depended on convincing the world she was falling for someone who might actually be more than the sum of his press quotes, and whether that possibility made everything better or infinitely worse. Chapter 4. Game Face. Bodie stood outside Keller Arena watching Victor the Viper terrorize a group of contest winners with what appeared to be a malfunctioning t-shirt cannon, and found himself genuinely envying a 7-foot foam snake's ability to hide behind a costume instead of having to pretend he was madly in love with a woman who looked at him like he'd personally ruined her morning coffee. The mascot had just launched a jersey directly into a teenage girl's face, accidentally, Bodie hoped, and was now doing some kind of apologetic wiggle dance that somehow made the whole situation worse. The girl's friends were doubled over laughing while she held the jersey up like a trophy, apparently more thrilled than traumatized. But Victor's frantic arm waving suggested he was having a full panic attack inside that foam head. The contest winners were eating it up, their phones capturing every second of the chaos, which was more than Bodie could say for his own performance lately. At least Victor's job description didn't include "convince the public you're romantically infatuated with someone who would rather interview a bag of wet cement." The late October air carried the sharp bite of approaching winter, and Bodie adjusted his leather jacket against the chill, the familiar weight of it doing nothing to ease the knot in his chest. He checked his watch, a vintage piece his grandfather had given him that he wore to every public appearance like a talisman, noting that Kenzie was exactly 3 minutes late, which was probably her way of establishing that this whole arrangement ranked somewhere below root canal on her list of preferred activities. The contest winners, 20 lucky fans, who'd won tickets to a behind-the-scenes tour and photo opportunity, were buzzing with excitement near the main entrance, their phones already out and ready to document every moment of what they assumed would be authentic couple content. Their eager faces reminded him uncomfortably of how much faith people put in the stories they wanted to believe. The irony wasn't lost on him that his entire career had been built on authentic performance. The real sweat, the actual bruises, the genuine rush of a perfect pass connecting with a teammate's stick. And now he was being asked to deliver the least authentic performance of his life, all while standing in the shadow of his grandfather's bronze statue. "Sorry I'm late," Kenzie's voice came from behind him, carrying that particular shade of politeness that suggested she wasn't sorry at all. He turned to find her approaching with that professional smile she wore like armor, the one that looked perfectly warm and genuine until you noticed it never quite reached her dark eyes and seemed more like a warning than a welcome. She was dressed in dark jeans and a fitted black blazer that suggested she put actual thought into looking appropriately girlfriend-ish, without sacrificing her credibility as a reporter, though the press pass hanging from her neck made it clear exactly which role took priority. Her hair was pulled back in a sleek braid that somehow made her look both polished and slightly untouchable, and she carried herself with the kind of confidence that made Bodie simultaneously want to step closer and take a defensive stance. "No problem," he said, though they both knew punctuality was part of the contract they'd signed. "Ready to charm some fans?" Her smile became a fraction more genuine, but in the way that usually preceded her saying something sharp. "I'm always ready to charm fans. It's the fake boyfriend part I'm still working on." Before he could respond to that particular dig, the contest winner spotted them and erupted into the kind of excited chatter that came with meeting minor celebrities. Bodie automatically shifted into his public persona, the one that had been trained into him since junior league, but found himself watching Kenzie's face as she greeted the fans. Her professional warmth was flawless, her questions about their experience genuine, her laughter at their jokes perfectly timed. But there was something brittle around the edges, like she was concentrating just a little too hard on being the version of herself that people expected to see. The way her shoulders held themselves just a fraction too straight, the slight delay before each smile, as if she was running through a mental checklist before allowing her face to respond. It occurred to him that maybe he wasn't the only one struggling with the performance aspect of this arrangement. "Oh my God, you two are so much cuter in person," one of the teenage fans gushed, phone already in hand, and Bodie watched Kenzie's smile tighten almost imperceptibly. The flash of something annoyance? Discomfort? Crossed her features so quickly he might have imagined it. "Can we get some pictures?" "Of course," Kenzie said, her voice hitting exactly the right note of enthusiasm, while her fingers briefly pressed against her temple. "We'd love to." They made their way into the arena's main corridor, and Bodie found himself hyper-aware of every interaction between them. The careful distance she maintained, the way she angled herself toward the cameras without actually leaning into him. The space was crowded with fans and staff, voices echoing off the concrete walls, the familiar smell of arena ice and overpriced concession food filling the air. When someone with a camera stepped into their path, he instinctively placed his hand on the small of Kenzie's back to guide her around the obstacle. The contact was brief, barely there through the fabric of her blazer, but he felt her stiffen under his touch before she caught herself and relaxed into what must have looked like comfortable familiarity. He felt her stiffen at the contact, her entire body going tense under his palm, even as she leaned slightly into him for the benefit of the dozen phone cameras that had immediately swiveled in their direction. The contradiction between her physical reaction and her performed comfort was so pronounced that he wondered if anyone else could see it, or if he was just tuned into her responses in a way that probably wasn't healthy for either of them. "This way," he said quietly, his hand remaining steady against her back as they navigated through the crowd toward the locker room area. He could feel the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her shirt, and the way she held herself just carefully enough to maintain the appearance of easy intimacy, while making it clear that his touch was being tolerated rather than welcomed. The locker room tour was supposed to be the highlight of the fan experience. Exclusive access to the team's inner sanctum, complete with stories about game day rituals and behind the scenes team dynamics. Bodie had done these tours dozens of times, but never with a fake girlfriend who looked like she was calculating the exact distance she needed to maintain to seem affectionate without actually having to touch him. "This is where the magic happens," he said to the group, gesturing toward the rows of equipment stalls, and immediately regretted the phrasing when he saw Kenzie's eyebrow twitch in what looked suspiciously like suppressed amusement. "Is this your stall?" one of the younger fans asked, pointing to the corner where his nameplate was mounted above a bench. "That's it," Bodie confirmed, walking over to run his hand along the familiar nameplate. "Been mine for 3 seasons now." A teenage girl with bright pink hair raised her hand like she was in school. "Can we get a cute couple photo? Like something really sweet?" Bodie saw his opportunity before he fully thought it through. This was exactly the kind of moment their PR team had been talking about. Organic, fan-generated content that would look natural and unforced. All he had to do was create a memorable moment that would end up on social media with captions about how adorable they were together. Without giving Kenzie any warning, he settled into his locker room stall and reached for her hand, gently but decisively pulling her down onto his lap. The movement felt natural, automatic, the kind of gesture he'd seen couples make 1,000 times in movies. His hand settled on her waist to steady her, the warmth of her body bleeding through the thin fabric of her blouse, and he could feel the exact moment when surprise gave way to the realization that they were now performing for an audience of 20 excited fans whose camera phones had appeared as if by magic, screens glowing like spotlights in the arena's fluorescent lighting. Kenzie's body went completely rigid against his chest, every muscle tensing like she'd been caught in a trap, her breath catching audibly in a sharp inhale that definitely wasn't part of any romantic fantasy. The sound sent an unexpected jolt of guilt through him. Too late now to take it back. Too late to explain that he'd meant to give her a heads up. But the moment had moved too fast. For just a split second, he caught something flickering across her face. Not the irritation or annoyance he'd braced himself for, but something more complicated that looked almost like vulnerability, raw and unguarded in a way that made his chest tighten. Before her media training kicked in like armor snapping into place, and she arranged herself into a pose that suggested comfortable intimacy rather than mild panic, one hand settling on his shoulder with practiced ease. "Aw, that's so sweet," someone squealed, and the crowd erupted into the kind of enthusiastic approval that their PR team would love to see trending on Twitter within the hour. But Bodie could feel Kenzie's pulse racing where his thumb rested against her wrist, and her frozen reaction was creating an awkward pause that was stretching just a fraction too long. He realized with growing alarm that what was supposed to look like natural chemistry was starting to register as uncomfortable tension, and that 20 fans with smartphones were documenting every second of it. "Perfect," he said quickly, his voice carrying just enough warmth to sell the moment, while giving Kenzie an excuse to move. "Should we get some group shots?" The suggestion successfully redirected the crowd's attention, and Kenzie slipped off his lap with what looked like relief, though Bodie caught the way her fingers briefly pressed against his shoulder as she stood, as if she needed the stability. They spent the next 10 minutes taking photos with various combinations of fans, his arm draped around shoulders and waists, hands clasped together for the cameras, but Bodie found himself watching Kenzie's face in his peripheral vision, noting the way she seemed to be working just a little too hard to maintain her composure. Her smile never quite reached her eyes, and there was a tension in her jaw that made him wonder if she was counting down the seconds until this was over. After the fans had been escorted out by arena staff, chattering excitedly about their experience and already posting photos to social media with captions that would probably make his publicist weep with joy, Bodie found himself alone with Kenzie in the empty hallway near the team offices. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows that made the concrete walls feel more like a interrogation room than the gleaming arena most people saw. The silence between them felt loaded with things neither of them was saying, heavy as the humid air that always lingered in these back corridors, and his frustration, which had been building steadily since the moment she'd gone rigid in his arms like he'd grabbed a live wire, finally boiled over. "You can't look like I'm holding you hostage every time I touch you," he said, his voice carrying more edge than he'd intended, echoing off the empty walls in a way that made the words sound harsher than they'd felt in his head. "They're going to figure this out in about 5 minutes if you keep reacting like my hands are made of acid." Kenzie crossed her arms and fixed him with that sharp stare he was beginning to know entirely too well. The one that suggested she was cataloging his flaws for future reference, probably with footnotes and a rating system. "Maybe if you warn me before manhandling me in front of cameras, I could prepare better." Manhandling? The accusation hit him wrong, partly because it wasn't entirely fair, and partly because it wasn't entirely unfair. "I put my hands on your waist." That's pretty standard couple behavior." "Standard couple behavior involves communication," she shot back, her professional composure finally cracking enough to let some real irritation show through. "You know, like asking before you haul someone onto your lap in front of 20 strangers with cameras." Bodie stepped closer, noting with interest that, despite her defensive posture and crossed arms, she didn't back away. If anything, she seemed to plant herself more firmly, like she was preparing to hold her ground against whatever he might say next. "This only works if you stop treating me like I'm radioactive," he said, keeping his voice level despite the fact that her refusal to give ground was doing something complicated to his ability to think clearly. "We're supposed to be attracted to each other, remember? That's literally the whole point of this arrangement." Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, and he realized that quiet, controlled Kenzie was infinitely more unsettling than sarcastic, defensive Kenzie. "It's fake, Bodie. Don't make it confusing by acting like there's something real here. We both know better." The words hit him with unexpected force, partly because they were true and partly because they weren't, and he found himself unable to form a response that acknowledged both of those things simultaneously. Instead, he watched her walk away, her heels clicking against the arena's polished floor with the kind of decisive rhythm that suggested their conversation was definitively over. He disappeared around the corner toward the exit. Bodie realized with a mixture of alarm and anticipation that he was starting to enjoy the challenge of breaking through her defenses, even if it meant their fake relationship was shaping up to be the most complicated performance of his life. The problem was, he was no longer entirely sure which parts were performance and which parts were something else entirely. And judging by the way Kenzie had looked at him in that split second before her professional mask had slammed back into place, he wasn't the only one struggling with that particular distinction. Chapter 5, Close Quarters. The hotel suite's single king-size bed dominated the room like some kind of cosmic joke, its pristine white comforter and artfully arranged pillows mocking every carefully constructed boundary Kenzie had spent the last week building. She stood frozen in the doorway, her overnight bag suddenly feeling like it weighed 40 pounds, while Bodie dropped his luggage by the door with the casual confidence of someone who probably stayed in places like this all the time. The front desk clerk was very excited about the romantic upgrade, he said, and Kenzie could hear the careful neutrality in his voice that suggested he was working just as hard as she was to pretend this wasn't happening. Apparently, someone from the PR firm called ahead. Of course they had, because nothing said authentic couple like a suite that probably cost more than Kenzie's monthly rent, complete with champagne on ice, and rose petals scattered across surfaces that definitely hadn't been there when regular humans checked in. The whole setup screamed photo opportunity, which meant someone was going to expect documentation of their romantic weekend getaway. And Kenzie was going to have to smile and pose in a room that felt designed specifically to torture people who preferred their personal space to remain definitively personal. She walked to the floor to ceiling windows overlooking the city skyline, focusing on the light sprawling below rather than the bed that seemed to be expanding behind her like some kind of furniture-based anxiety dream. The view was objectively gorgeous. Downtown Dallas stretched out in a glittering grid that reminded her why she'd fallen in love with journalism in the first place. All those stories hidden in the lit windows and darkened streets. But right now, it felt like a temporary escape from the elephant in the room that was wearing a designer duvet and probably thread counts she couldn't pronounce. "I can take the couch," Bodie said, his voice carrying that trademark deflection she was starting to recognize as his go-to move whenever things got uncomfortable. It was the same tone he used in press conferences when reporters asked about his personal life, all smooth evasion wrapped in apparent helpfulness. Kinsey turned from the window to glance at the decorative love seat positioned near the sitting area, a delicate piece of furniture that looked like it had been designed by someone who believed humans were naturally the size of fashion dolls. The thing was barely long enough for her, let alone Bodie's 6-foot frame, and she had a sudden mental image of his legs hanging over the armrest like a comedy sketch about hotel accommodations gone wrong. "That's not a couch," she said, crossing her arms in a gesture that was becoming automatic whenever they had to navigate the increasingly complicated logistics of their fake relationship. "That's decorative seating for people who don't actually intend to sleep. I've slept in worse places." He shrugged, already moving toward the love seat like the matter was settled. But Kenzie could see the way he was mentally calculating angles and cushion space, probably wondering if his chiropractor made house calls. "Absolutely not." The words came out sharper than she'd intended, carrying the force of professional irritation mixed with something that might have been actual concern for his physical well-being, a thought she immediately shoved aside as irrelevant to their current situation. "I'm not letting you cripple yourself on antique furniture while I take a bed designed for people with actual adult-sized bodies." Bodie stopped moving toward the love seat and turned to face her, his expression shifting into something more stubborn than charming. "I'm not letting you sleep on furniture while I take the bed like some kind of caveman. That's not happening." "This isn't a chivalry contest," Kenzie shot back, her voice rising despite her best efforts to maintain the professional composure that had gotten her this far. "It's basic logistics. You're too tall for anything in this room except the bed. And you're too—" He stopped himself, clearly rethinking whatever he'd been about to say, but not before Kenzie caught the implication. "To what?" she demanded, stepping closer with the kind of aggressive energy that usually preceded her most devastating interview questions. "To female, too small, to something that means I automatically get the uncomfortable sleeping arrangement?" "Too stubborn to admit when someone's trying to be decent," he finished, his own voice climbing to match hers as their argument gained the kind of momentum that suggested neither of them was going to back down anytime soon. Their debate escalated from there, voices bouncing off the suite's expensive surfaces as they cycled through increasingly creative solutions that all involved one of them sacrificing sleep for the other's comfort. Kenzie suggested building a pillow fort on the floor that would have made their third-grade selves proud. Lindsay countered with sleeping in the bathroom, which was apparently large enough to accommodate a small army, but not, Kenzie pointed out with perhaps excessive sarcasm, actually comfortable for humans. They considered ordering a rollaway bed until they realized that would require admitting to hotel staff that their romantic relationship couldn't handle basic sleeping logistics. 20 minutes of stubborn negotiation later, they'd reached an uneasy truce that involved sharing the bed with enough conditions and caveats to constitute a legally binding treaty. Kenzie had assembled a fortress of pillows down the middle that would have impressed medieval siege engineers, while Bodie had agreed to a strict no crossing the line policy that applied to both physical boundaries and conversation topics deemed too personal for whatever this was. Now they lay back to back in the darkness, the space between them crackling with the kind of unspoken tension that made the air feel thick and electric. Kenzie stared at the digital clock on her nightstand, watching the glowing red numbers flip from 11:47 to 11:48 p.m., with the methodical precision of time refusing to cooperate with her desire to fall asleep immediately and skip the awkward adjustment period. The bed was exactly as comfortable as it looked, which was the kind of expensive softness that should have knocked her out within minutes. Instead, she found herself hyper-aware of every sound Bodie made. The whisper of fabric when he shifted position, the careful way he was breathing like he was also working too hard to seem relaxed, the warmth radiating from his side of the bed despite the wall of pillows between them. You know, his voice cut through the silence with that hint of amusement she was beginning to recognize as dangerous. Most people would just admit this is awkward instead of treating it like a military operation. She could hear the smirk in his words, that practiced charm that probably worked on reporters who hadn't spent years perfecting their immunity to professional athletes, who thought personality was a substitute for substance. Except lying here in the dark, his voice stripped of its usual performance quality, it sounded less like a line and more like genuine observation. Kenzie rolled over to face his back, her voice sharp with the kind of exhaustion that came from spending a day pretending to be someone she wasn't. Most people don't have to date someone they've publicly eviscerated. This isn't exactly covered in normal relationship handbooks. Fair point, he said, and she could feel rather than see his movement as he adjusted his position, settling more comfortably into his side of their carefully negotiated territory. Though I'm starting to think our entire situation exists outside normal relationship handbooks. You think? Sarcasm felt safer than whatever other responses were trying to surface, easier than admitting he might be right about the military operation approach to sharing a bed. What gave it away? The contract with specified public appearance requirements? Or the fact that we're arguing about sleeping arrangements like divorce attorneys? Probably the part where you looked like I was contagious every time I touched you today, Bodie said, his voice carrying enough genuine reflection to catch her off guard. That's not usually how people react to physical contact with someone they're supposedly dating. Their conversation drifted from there, moving from the absurdity of their situation to hockey statistics, which somehow led to journalism ethics and the increasingly blurred lines between reporting and entertainment. Bodie questioned why she always assumed the worst about athletes' motivations, his tone curious rather than defensive, like he genuinely wanted to understand her perspective instead of simply arguing against it. Because most of the time, I'm right, Kenzie said, surprised by how easy it was to talk to him when they weren't performing for cameras or trying to score points in front of an audience. Athletes at your level don't usually volunteer information that makes them look bad. Everything's been focus grouped and media trained until it's basically meaningless. So you assume we're all lying by default. I assume you're all presenting carefully curated versions of yourselves, she corrected, rolling onto her back to stare at the ceiling, where shadows shifted with the movement of lights outside their window. Which isn't technically lying, but it's not exactly authentic either. And authenticity matters to you. It wasn't a question, more like an observation that suggested he'd been paying attention to things she'd said over the past week, cataloging her priorities and motivations in a way that felt unexpectedly thorough for someone she'd assumed saw their arrangement as a purely professional necessity. Of course it matters, she said, then found herself continuing before she could think better of it. My father told me sports journalism was just cheerleading with a press pass. Said I'd never be taken seriously writing about games and grown men playing with pucks. The words hung in the darkness between them, carrying weight she hadn't intended to give them. She'd never told anyone that particular piece of family history, not Harper, not any of the editors who'd hired her, certainly not the athletes she interviewed who might use it as ammunition to dismiss her questions as personally motivated rather than professionally relevant. She expected Bodie to offer platitudes or change the subject, maybe make some joke about fathers and their opinions of daughters' career choices. Instead, his voice came quiet and free of the charm he usually weaponized in difficult conversations. That must have hurt. The simplicity of his response did something unexpected to her carefully maintained emotional equilibrium. No analysis, no attempt to fix or minimize what she'd shared, just acknowledgement that having someone she loved dismiss her ambitions would have been painful. It was the kind of reaction that suggested he understood the weight of family expectations and professional doubt in ways that went beyond surface sympathy. It did, she admitted, surprised by her own honesty. Still does sometimes. Is that why you're so hard on all of us, proving him wrong? She considered the question, turning it over in her mind like a puzzle piece she was trying to fit into a picture she'd never quite seen clearly. Maybe partly. But also because someone should be asking the real questions instead of letting you all coast on charm and statistics, even when the real questions don't have easy answers, especially then. She heard him shift position again, settling deeper into the expensive pillows with a soft exhale that suggested he was finally relaxing despite their unconventional sleeping arrangements. His breathing began to even out, taking on the slower rhythm that meant he was drifting toward sleep, and Kinsey found herself listening to the sound with an attention that felt dangerously close to comfort. The warmth of his presence beside her, separated by pillows but unmistakably there, was nothing like the clinical distance she'd expected when they'd negotiated their territorial boundaries. Instead, it felt like sharing space with someone who'd actually listened to what she'd said, who'd responded to her vulnerability with something genuine instead of deflecting it with humor, or changing the subject to safer ground. Kenzie lay awake long after Bodie's breathing had settled into the deep, even pattern of actual sleep, staring at the ceiling and trying to process how his simple acknowledgement of her father's words had made her feel more seen than judged. It was unsettling in ways that went beyond their fake relationship complications, touching on something deeper about connection and understanding that she wasn't prepared to examine too closely. Outside their window, the city lights continued their steady glow, marking time and distance, and all the stories unfolding in rooms like theirs across the sprawling urban landscape. But inside their carefully negotiated shared space, Kinsey found herself aware of nothing beyond the steady presence of someone who had surprised her by responding to honesty with something that felt genuinely real, which was exactly the kind of complication she'd been trying to avoid since the moment they'd signed their ridiculous contract. Chapter 6, Headlines and Hair Gel. The persistent buzz of his phone alarm dragged Bodie from sleep at 6 a.m., consciousness arriving in stages as he registered unfamiliar surroundings, expensive thread count, and the complete absence of another person in what had definitely been shared sleeping space just hours ago. The pillow barricade they'd constructed remained intact, a small fortress of Egyptian cotton marking the territorial boundaries they'd negotiated in the darkness, but Kenzie's side of the bed showed only rumpled sheets and the faint impression where she'd slept. He found her at the suite's small table by the window, already dressed in dark jeans and a cream-colored blazer that looked effortlessly professional despite their travel circumstances. Her laptop cast blue light across her face. As she scrolled through what appeared to be notes or interview transcripts, her posture straight, backed and focused in a way that suggested she'd been awake for some time. She didn't look up when he stirred, maintaining her concentration with a kind of studied intensity that felt deliberately performative. "Morning," he said, his voice still rough with sleep, as he sat up and ran a hand through his hair. She glanced up briefly, offering a polite smile that carried none of the warmth or vulnerability that had colored their late-night conversation. "Good morning." There's coffee by the window if you want some. I ordered room service. The distance in her voice hit him like cold water, professional and carefully modulated in a way that suggested she'd spent her early morning hours rebuilding every emotional wall he'd accidentally seen her lower the night before. It was the same tone she'd used to interview a stranger, all business and no recognition of the moments they'd shared in the darkness, when her guard had slipped enough to reveal something real. Bodie watched her type something into her laptop, noting the way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was concentrating, a small gesture that seemed unconscious and oddly intimate against the backdrop of her renewed formality. The morning air between them felt charged with the memory of her admission about her father, about proving herself in a world that had dismissed her ambitions, but she was acting as though none of that had happened. "What's the schedule look like?" he asked, accepting her retreat into professional territory, even as he found himself missing the sharp edge of her usual sarcasm. The way she'd normally greet his morning dishevelment with some cutting observation about athletes and their grooming habits. Radio interview at 9, charity luncheon at noon, fan meet and greet at 3. She recited the agenda without looking up from her screen. Standard relationship appearance protocol. Touch base with media handlers at 8:30 to confirm talking points. The clinical efficiency of her response reinforced everything about the emotional distance she was maintaining, treating their fake relationship obligations like business transactions that required no more personal investment than any other professional commitment. It was practical, sensible, and exactly what their contract had specified, but it left him oddly unsettled in ways that had nothing to do with their media responsibility. At the hotel's continental breakfast, Kenzie maintained that same perfect professional distance, discussing logistics and timing with the detached competence she'd bring to covering any other story. She selected fruit and yogurt with the same careful consideration she applied to interview questions, economical and purposeful, while Bodie found himself loading his plate with eggs and bacon he didn't particularly want, just to have something to do with his hands. "The radio host tends to ask personal questions," she said, stirring honey into her coffee with precise movements. "Nothing invasive, but he likes the relationship angle. Human interest sells better than game statistics." "Right." Bodie pushed scrambled eggs around his plate, watching her methodical breakfast routine and wondering when she'd perfected the art of treating every social interaction like a professional obligation. "Any particular personal details you want to avoid?" "Just stick to the approved story. How we met, what we appreciate about each other, general relationship milestones." She checked her phone, scrolling through what looked like text messages or email updates. Nothing that requires actual emotional investment. The throwaway comment hit harder than she'd probably intended, carrying implications about their entire arrangement that felt uncomfortably accurate. She was right, of course. Their fake relationship was designed to require no genuine emotion, just convincing performances and strategic public appearances that would serve both their professional interests without demanding any real vulnerability. But the memory of her voice in the darkness, admitting how her father's dismissal had shaped her career choices, made her current emotional retreat feel like something more complicated than professional boundary setting. Their first press appearance took place in a cramped radio studio, decorated with team pennants and autographed sports memorabilia, the kind of local sports talk show that thrived on insider gossip and relationship speculation. The host, a middle-aged, former athlete with an enthusiastic handshake and aggressive cologne, introduced them with the kind of breathless excitement usually reserved for championship announcements. "We're here with Midland Vipers star Bodie Keller and sports journalist Kenzie Morales, the couple that's been setting social media on fire with their unexpected romance," he announced into his microphone, grinning at them across the small table like he was moderating a peace summit between warring nations. Kenzie slipped into media mode with practiced ease, deflecting the host questions about their relationship timeline with carefully crafted responses that revealed nothing while sounding completely natural. She was good at this, Bodie realized, watching her navigate personal questions with the same skill she brought to interviewing evasive athletes, always maintaining control of the narrative while appearing completely relaxed and spontaneous. "So, when did you two realize this rivalry was actually attraction?" the host asked, leaning forward with the eager intensity of someone who genuinely believed he was uncovering breaking news. "I think we both knew there was something underneath all that professional sparring," Kenzie replied smoothly, glancing at Bodie with a smile that looked completely genuine to anyone who wasn't sitting close enough to see the calculation behind her eyes. "Sometimes the people who challenge you the most are the ones who understand you best." Bodhi found himself studying her profile as she spoke, wondering what she was really thinking behind that perfectly crafted media persona. Her jawline was sharp in the studio lighting, her expression animated and engaged in a way that felt both completely authentic and entirely performed. And he couldn't decide which version was closer to who she actually was when cameras weren't rolling. The phone lines lit up with callers eager to share their opinions about the relationship, most of them gushing about their natural chemistry and how cute they'd looked in yesterday's photos from the arena tour. One particularly enthusiastic fan called in to declare them her relationship goals and speculate about future wedding plans, her voice pitched high with genuine excitement. "Natural disaster, maybe," Bodie said into his microphone, earning a laugh from the host, while stealing a glance at Kenzie's carefully neutral expression. She maintained her professional composure, but he caught something that might have been amusement flickering across her features before she smoothed it away with the kind of practiced control that had probably taken years to perfect. It was a small crack in her morning's emotional distance, barely visible, but unmistakably there, and he found himself wanting to see more of whatever genuine reaction she was suppressing. Between interviews, while their media handler coordinated with the charity luncheon organizers, Bodhi noticed how Kenzie's laugh sounded different when she thought no one important was listening. She was talking to one of the radio station interns about podcast recommendations, her voice carrying genuine warmth and humor that felt less calculated than her on-air responses, more spontaneous and unguarded. The sound of that unfiltered laugh did something unexpected to his concentration, making him want to find ways to hear it again, to discover what other parts of her personality she kept locked away behind professional necessity. The charity luncheon took place in a hotel ballroom decorated with team colors and silent auction displays, the kind of fundraising event where wealthy donors gathered to feel good about their tax-deductible generosity while enjoying premium catering and celebrity photo opportunities. Kenzie played her part flawlessly, touching his arm at appropriate moments and smiling on cue when cameras appeared. But Bodhi could feel the emotional wall she was rebuilding brick by brick. Every gesture felt choreographed, every laugh timed perfectly for maximum visual impact, and while their performance was undoubtedly convincing to outside observers, he could sense her systematic reconstruction of the distance she'd accidentally let slip the night before. She was protecting herself, he realized, using their fake relationship obligations as armor against whatever genuine connection had started to develop in their shared hotel room. "You're very convincing together," said a voice at his elbow. And Bodhi turned to find Vanessa Quinn watching Kenzie across the room, where she was chatting with a group of team wives, her expression animated and engaged. Almost too convincing. "We're both professionals," Bodhi replied automatically, falling back on the kind of deflection that had served him well in countless media situations. "She knows how to play to the cameras." Vanessa studied him with the sharp attention she brought to analyzing game footage, her expression suggesting she was seeing patterns he wasn't ready to acknowledge. "You know she's terrified, right? The way she looked at you during that radio interview? That wasn't acting." "She's just a good performer," he started, but Vanessa cut him off with a knowing look that made him feel like a rookie trying to convince his coach he hadn't blown an easy play. "Stop playing dumb, Bodhi. It doesn't suit you." Her voice carried the kind of direct honesty that came from years of translating athletic performance into television analysis, cutting through bullshit to identify what was actually happening beneath surface appearances. She'd been watching them both, he realized, applying the same observational skills she used to break down game film to their relationship dynamics. Kenzie spent her whole career building walls to protect her credibility, Vanessa continued, her voice softening with something that sounded like genuine concern. The only time I've seen her guard drop is when someone treats her like a person instead of a journalist. And yesterday, watching her watch you, she looked like someone who wanted to believe this was real and was terrified of hoping for it. The insight hit him with uncomfortable accuracy, connecting pieces he'd been trying to ignore about Kenzie's reactions. Her careful emotional distance, the way she'd shared something vulnerable in the darkness, only to retreat behind professional formality. The moment morning light made everything visible again. Vanessa was right. Kenzie was protecting herself not just from their fake relationship complications, but from the possibility that something genuine might be developing, despite their contractual boundaries. Their final appearance was a fan meet and greet at a local sports memorabilia shop, complete with photo opportunities and autograph signing that drew a substantial crowd of enthusiastic supporters. The questions were predictably personal, ranging from relationship advice to wedding speculation, delivered with the kind of invested excitement that turned celebrity couples into public property. "What's the secret to making opposites work?" asked a teenage girl, clutching a Vipers jersey, her question directed at both of them with the earnest intensity of someone who genuinely wanted relationship guidance from people she'd seen on social media. Bodie felt the familiar urge to deliver his media-trained response about communication and respect, the kind of safe answer that said nothing while sounding profound. Instead, he found himself making a conscious choice to drop the performance and answer honestly. "I think it helps when someone challenges you to be better than you thought you could be," he said, looking directly at Kenzie as he spoke. "When they see through all your bullshit and still think you're worth knowing." Kenzie's surprise was immediate and unmistakable, her carefully maintained composure giving way to something that looked dangerously close to approval. It was a small crack in her emotional armor, barely visible but unmistakably genuine, and for a moment her expression carried none of the calculated distance she'd been maintaining since their hotel room conversation. The fan who'd asked the question beamed at his response, clearly satisfied with what she perceived as romantic authenticity. But Bodhi found himself focused entirely on Kenzie's reaction. On the way her guard had dropped, just enough to reveal something real beneath her professional performance. As they walked back to their rental car through the late afternoon sunshine, signing occasional autographs and posing for smartphone photos with fans who recognized them, Bodhi realized something had shifted in his perspective over the course of their appearances. He'd stopped caring about the cameras and started caring about the woman beside him, even if she was still pretending their late-night conversation had never happened. The realization was both simple and completely complicated, cutting through all his careful reasoning about professional obligations and media strategy to focus on something more fundamental. He wanted to know the person who'd admitted her father's dismissal, still hurt, who laughed differently when she thought no one important was listening, who'd built walls to protect her credibility but let them slip just enough to show him glimpses of who she really was. Their fake relationship was becoming real for him, whether she was ready to acknowledge it or not. Chapter 7: Red Pens and Rivalry. The kitchen table had become a graveyard of failed journalism, littered with empty iced coffee cups that Harper kept threatening to throw away, and crumpled sticky notes bearing increasingly desperate reminders like, "Be objective," and "Remember, he's still a jock." Kenzie's laptop screen glowed accusingly in the afternoon light, displaying what could only be described as the most embarrassing piece of writing she'd produced since freshman year. She reread the opening paragraph for the dozenth time, each word making her want to disappear into the floor, Bodie Keller's appearance at yesterday's Children's Hospital charity luncheon revealed a side of the Viper star forward that rarely surfaces during post-game interviews. His genuine warmth with young fans and thoughtful questions about the Foundation's medical research programs suggested an athlete who views his platform as more than just an opportunity for brand enhancement. This was not her voice. This was some romance novelist who'd possessed her body and hijacked her keyboard, turning her into the kind of breathless sports correspondent who probably had posters of quarterbacks on her bedroom wall. Scrolling down revealed the full extent of the damage, each paragraph worse than the last. 3 paragraphs of what amounted to a love letter masquerading as sports journalism, complete with observations about Bodie's easy rapport with pediatric staff and his unforced attention to patient stories. The words glowed like accusations against the white background of her document. She'd actually written the phrase unforced attention, like she was analyzing his personality for a dating profile instead of covering a charity event for the sports section. The worst part was that it wasn't even factually inaccurate. He had been warm with the kids, crouching down to their eye level and listening when a 10-year-old explained his physical therapy routine with the serious dedication of someone discussing championship strategy. His expression had softened in a way that seemed completely unconscious, like he'd forgotten anyone was watching. He'd asked the foundation director about funding challenges with the kind of engaged curiosity that suggested actual concern rather than obligatory small talk, his questions growing more specific as the conversation continued. But that wasn't the point. The point was that she was supposed to be a journalist, not a biographer commissioned by his fan club or some starry-eyed intern writing her first puff piece. Her cursor hovered over her most damning sentence, blinking like a neon sign advertising her complete loss of professional objectivity. Keller's authenticity in unguarded moments suggests a depth that his public persona rarely reveals. The words might as well have been written in glittery pink ink. Harper would read that and immediately demand drug testing. Her editor would assume she'd suffered a concussion, or worse, fallen victim to whatever spell Bodie apparently cast on every reporter in a 50-foot radius. Worse still, it sounded like something someone wrote when they were falling for their interview subject, which was absolutely not what was happening here. Falling for him. The thought made her want to delete her entire laptop and maybe set her keyboard on fire for good measure, then scatter the ashes across 3 different zip codes just to be safe. With a frustrated exhale that probably violated her lease's noise restrictions, and definitely earned her another passive-aggressive note from Mrs. Chen next door, Kenzie highlighted 3 paragraphs of glowing coverage and hit delete. She watched her carefully crafted word count drop from 800 to 400 in seconds, the numbers cascading downward like her professional reputation. The remaining text looked sparse and accusatory, like a house after burglars had stolen all the good furniture and left behind only the broken lamp and that weird painting your aunt gave you that you can't throw away but can't stand looking at either. Her cursor blinked mockingly in the sudden white space. Even her laptop seemed judgmental tonight. She rewrote the opening sentence, fingers stabbing at the keys with unnecessary force. Bodie Keller's charity appearance yesterday continued his recent PR campaign to rehabilitate an image tarnished by on-ice penalties and off-ice attitude. She stared at the words for exactly 3 seconds before her conscience, that annoying little voice that sounded suspiciously like Harper, chimed in. Delete. Too harsh. And factually questionable since his recent behavior had actually been pretty clean. Annoyingly clean if she was being honest, which she wasn't planning to be anytime soon. Take 2. Yesterday's Children's Hospital luncheon provided Viper's Bodie Keller another opportunity to practice his media-friendly persona for an audience guaranteed to generate positive coverage. Better. Factual. Sufficiently cynical without crossing into libel territory. the kind of measured snark that had built her reputation as someone who couldn't be bought with charm or a well-timed smile. Also, delete. It sounded bitter, like she was punishing him for being decent to sick kids. Third attempt, Bodie Keller's appearance at the annual Children's Hospital benefit demonstrated the kind of community engagement expected from professional athletes. Though questions remain about whether such gestures reflect genuine commitment or calculated image management. Still wrong. The problem wasn't that she couldn't find the right angle. It was that every cynical interpretation felt dishonest when measured against her memory of him, listening quietly in their hotel room darkness, never offering pity or easy solutions, just presence. The way his breathing had shifted when she'd talked about her father, how he'd gone still in that particular way that meant he was actually hearing her instead of just waiting for his turn to speak. The careful space he had maintained between them on the bed, close enough to matter but never presumptuous. Fourth try, while Bodie Keller's charitable appearances had become more frequent following recent publicity challenges, yesterday's hospital visit. She stopped typing and stared at the cursor, blinking mockingly after the dash. This was ridiculous. She'd covered athletes for years without this level of internal conflict. Jerks were jerks, heroes were complicated, and everyone fell somewhere in between. She knew how to navigate those waters, how to ride around the gray areas without losing her edge. But now she kept second-guessing her instincts, wondering if her professional skepticism was actually unfair judgment, if her carefully honed ability to see through media-trained responses had blinded her to moments when someone was actually being real. Every practiced smile she'd dismissed as calculated charm, every careful answer she'd labeled as evasion. What if some of it had been genuine all along? Cafe Clutch felt like neutral territory, far enough from her contaminated kitchen table to maybe restore some objectivity. The familiar chaos of competing conversations and espresso machine hiss, the smell of burnt coffee and ambition that had fueled 1,000 deadlines. She'd review old interviews, remind herself why she disliked him in the first place, recalibrate her perspective with hard evidence instead of confusing feelings. Get back to the version of herself who trusted data over instinct, who could separate professional analysis from the treacherous territory of actually caring what someone thought of her work. The coffee shop was experiencing its usual mid-afternoon energy dip, populated mostly by freelancers nursing single drinks for hours and college students who'd claimed tables with textbook fortresses. Kenzie found her favorite corner spot, the one with decent Wi-Fi and strategic positioning for people watching, and opened her laptop with renewed determination. Her archived interviews with Bodie painted a portrait of smooth evasion and calculated charm. Every question about team dynamics got deflected with praise for his teammates. Inquiries about his penalty counts were redirected to discussions of aggressive play styles. Personal questions bounced off him like pucks hitting the boards, leaving her with quotes that sounded profound but revealed nothing. But reading them now, those responses felt less like arrogance and more like someone who'd learned to protect himself. The deflections weren't dismissive, they were careful, strategic, the behavior of someone who'd been burned by honesty before. She could almost hear the media training sessions, some polished consultant drilling him on how to say nothing while sounding profound. She remembered her own interview techniques, designed to catch subjects off guard, to push until they said something unguarded that would make better copy. The satisfaction she'd felt when someone cracked, when they revealed something real and messy and human. Maybe his evasiveness wasn't contempt for the press. Maybe it was survival. The thought settled uncomfortably in her chest, like swallowing something bitter. Working on anything interesting or just staring at a blank document? Kenzie's head snapped up to find Vanessa Quinn sliding into the opposite chair uninvited, her own laptop tucked under one arm and a knowing smile that suggested she'd been watching for a while. She moved with a confident grace that came from years of performing under pressure, except now her stage was television studios instead of ice rinks. Even in jeans and a simple sweater, Vanessa carried herself like someone who knew exactly how much space she was allowed to take up. Kenzie closed her laptop protectively, the gesture automatic and revealing. The soft click of the lid felt louder than it should have in the ambient cafe noise. Just trying to write something that doesn't sound like I've been brainwashed by the PR machine. The defensive edge in her voice betrayed more than she'd intended, and Vanessa's expression shifted from casual interest to something more serious. She set down her laptop with careful precision and leaned forward slightly, forearms resting on the small table between them. The way someone did when they were about to share something important, when the conversation was about to shift from small talk to substance. Can I tell you something off the record? Kinsey nodded, curious despite herself. There was something in Vanessa's tone. Not gossip, but gravity. When I tore my ACL and lost my shot at the Olympics, I thought figure skating was over for me. Vanessa's voice carried the careful control of someone discussing old pain, each word measured and deliberate. Not just competing, everything. My identity, my future, my reason for getting up in the morning. I was 22 and felt like my life had ended. She paused, fingers tracing the edge of her coffee cup. The hardest part wasn't the physical recovery. It was learning that I was more than what I could do on the ice. The words hit Kenzie like ice water, the blunt honesty cutting through her own professional concerns like a blade through paper. She'd known about Vanessa's injury, of course. It had been major sports news, the kind of career-ending story that dominated headlines for a week before moving on to the next scandal. But hearing it described in personal terms, rather than medical ones, made the loss feel immediate and devastating, stripping away the clinical distance of press releases and injury reports. This wasn't just another athlete's setback. This was someone's entire world crumbling in real time. Bodie barely knew me then, Vanessa continued, her gaze steady and serious, fingers still tracing that same absent pattern on her coffee cup. We'd done maybe 3 interviews together, basic post-game stuff. Nothing deep, nothing that would make him remember my name a week later. But he spent months checking in, not for publicity or networking or any career reason, just texts asking how physical therapy was going, or showing up at the practice rink when I was trying to learn how to skate again without falling apart. Her voice softened slightly, as if the memory still surprised her. He never mentioned it to anyone, never used it for press, just showed up. Kenzie felt something crack in her carefully constructed perception of Bodie, like ice beginning to fracture under unexpected pressure. The sound was almost audible in her mind, that sharp, crystalline snap that meant something solid was about to give way entirely. This wasn't the image-conscious athlete she'd been writing about for years, the one who calculated every public gesture for maximum impact. This was someone who noticed when people were struggling and did something about it, without expecting recognition, without cameras rolling, without so much as a social media post to document his good deed. The realization sat heavy in her chest, an uncomfortable weight that made her question everything she thought she knew. Never made it about him, Vanessa added quietly. Never mentioned it in interviews or used it to show how caring he was. Just showed up when I needed someone to remind me that my worth wasn't tied to my athletic ability. I was ready to quit everything and disappear from sports entirely. His support is the only reason I'm sitting here doing commentary instead of bitter and unemployed. The revelation hit Kenzie harder than she'd expected, forcing her to confront the possibility that her professional skepticism had been protecting her from seeing something genuine. How many other acts of quiet kindness had she dismissed as calculated PR? How many times had she been so focused on finding the story beneath the surface that she'd missed the actual person? "Why are you telling me this?" Kenzie asked, though part of her already suspected the answer. Vanessa's smile was gentle but pointed. "Because I've been watching you two, and you look like someone fighting very hard not to see what's right in front of her." Back at her apartment, Kenzie stared at her unfinished article. cursor blinking in the middle of a sentence that refused to resolve itself. The words on the screen felt equally dishonest, too harsh for what she'd actually witnessed, too soft for her professional reputation. She couldn't write the scathing takedown that would satisfy her editor's expectations, but she also couldn't produce the honest portrayal that would acknowledge her growing feelings. Vanessa's story had complicated everything, adding layers to her understanding of Bodie that made simple cynicism impossible. The man who'd quietly supported someone through career-ending injury wasn't the same shallow athlete she'd been prepared to skewer in print. But admitting that meant acknowledging that her judgment might have been wrong, that her carefully maintained objectivity might have been bias in disguise. She saved the article as a draft and closed her laptop, telling herself she'd figure out her objectivity tomorrow. Tonight, she needed to accept that her biggest story might be the one she was living instead of the one she was trying to write. Chapter 8. Practice Makes Tension. The familiar weight of skates settled around Bodie's ankles like coming home. He pulled the laces tight with practiced precision, the ritual as automatic as breathing after 20 years of hockey. Left skate first, then right, each tug of the laces a small meditation that centered him in the present moment. The empty practice facility at Keller Arena stretched out before him, its silence broken only by the distant hum of ice-making equipment and the soft echo of his movements in the equipment room. No cameras today. No reporters with loaded questions. No performance required except the one he loved most. Just him and the ice and the game that had shaped every part of who he was. The relief of that settled into his shoulders, loosening tension he'd been carrying for weeks without realizing it. Kenzie was somewhere in the stands, observing for whatever angle she was working on next. But even her presence felt different today. Less like surveillance, more like, he wasn't sure what to call it. Interest, maybe? The kind that came from genuine curiosity rather than professional obligation. The ice welcomed him with its familiar bite of cold air and the satisfying scrape of steel against the surface. Bodie pushed off with long, smooth strides, feeling his body remember the rhythm that lived in his bones. This was where everything made sense, where split-second decisions felt instinctive, and his body moved with the kind of unconscious precision that came from years of muscle memory and repetition. Coach Danvers emerged from the tunnel with his usual gruff energy, whistle hanging from his neck like a talisman. The rest of the team followed in clusters, their conversation echoing off the arena walls as they took to the ice for warm-ups. The familiar sounds of hockey, sticks tapping against boards, pucks snapping crisply from blade to blade, skates carving sharp turns that sent ice shavings flying, filled the space with an energy that felt like electricity. Bodie fell into passing drills with an ease that made everything else fade away. Cross-ice feeds to Tommy Chen, crisp tape-to-tape passes that landed exactly where they were supposed to, quick give and goes with Marcus Williams that required no communication beyond the shared language of timing and trust. The puck felt like an extension of his stick like an extension of his hands, everything flowing together in the kind of seamless coordination that made hockey feel less like a sport and more like a form of meditation. His body moved without conscious thought, following patterns burned into his nervous system through thousands of hours of practice. During the first water break, rookie defenseman Jake Martinez skated over with the slightly tentative approach of someone who wasn't sure if he was interrupting something important. Jake was still adjusting to the speed of professional hockey, his college experience only partly preparing him for the physicality and pace of the major leagues. "Keller, you got a second?" Jake's voice carried the careful respect that rookies used around veterans. "What's up, buddy?" Squeezed water from his bottle and wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. "I'm having trouble reading the forwards on odd man rushes. They keep getting behind me, and I can't figure out where I should be positioning myself." The question sparked something in Bodie that felt surprisingly natural. He'd been playing defense since he was 8 years old, and teaching had always appealed to him. though he'd never had many opportunities to explore that side of his game. Let's work through it. The key is reading their hips, not their shoulders. Shoulders lie, but hips tell you where they're actually going. He demonstrated the footwork, skating backwards while explaining how to angle an opponent toward the boards rather than giving them the middle of the ice. See how I'm not standing square to you? I'm forcing you to one side, taking away your best options. You want to guide them where you want them to go, not just react to where they're headed. Jake nodded earnestly, following along as Bodie showed him the subtle positioning that could mean the difference between a scoring chance and a cleared puck. It's like chess, but faster, Jake said with a grin that made him look even younger than his 22 years. Exactly. You've got to think 2 moves ahead while your body handles the current one. Bodie found himself enjoying the teaching moment more than he'd expected. There was something satisfying about passing along knowledge that had taken him years to accumulate, about seeing the exact moment when understanding clicked behind someone's eyes. Movement in the penalty box area caught his attention, and he glanced up to see Kenzie sitting in the stands. Her notebook lay forgotten in her lap, her usual professional focus replaced by something softer, as she watched him guide Jake through the defensive concepts. Her expression was different than anything he'd seen from her before. Not the sharp attention of a reporter looking for an angle, but the quiet interest of someone genuinely absorbed in what they were witnessing. The realization hit him with unexpected force. She was seeing him at his most natural, doing what he loved without any agenda beyond sharing knowledge and helping a teammate improve. No media training or carefully crafted responses, just the part of hockey that had nothing to do with statistics or headlines, and everything to do with the pure love of teaching the game. Got it, Jake said, practicing the footwork with increasing confidence. Thanks, man. That actually makes a lot of sense. Coach Danvers' whistle cut through the arena, sharp and commanding. All right, girls, let's run some scrimmage. Full contact. I want to see some real hockey, not this figure skating bullshit. The team divided into jerseys and skins, and the energy on the ice shifted from instructional to competitive. Bodie felt the familiar surge of adrenaline that came with real game simulation, his body already primed for the physicality and speed that separated scrimmages from drills. The first shift started fast, with Marcus Williams carrying the puck up ice, and Bodie trailing the play, reading the developing rush. The satisfying crack of stick on puck echoed through the arena as passes snapped back and forth, each player testing the other's reactions and timing. This was hockey stripped down to its purest form. No fans, no pressure, just the game itself demanding everything they had to give. Bodie found himself matched against Tommy Chen on a one-on-one rush, the kind of situation that required split-second decision-making and perfect execution. Tommy feinted to his forehand, then tried to slip the puck between Bodie's skates on the backhand. Bodie read the move perfectly, angling his body to force Tommy wide while keeping his stick in the passing lane. The play broke down exactly as he'd taught Jake minutes earlier, defensive positioning winning out over offensive creativity. The burn in his legs during breakaway sprints felt good, the kind of physical exhaustion that reminded him why he'd fallen in love with hockey in the first place. Each stride pushed him harder, each turn demanding perfect technique. The ice flew beneath his skates, and for long stretches he forgot about everything except the immediate demands of the game. Reading plays, making decisions, trusting his instincts in the split seconds when thinking became too slow. 20 minutes later, the scrimmage wound down with the loose, satisfied energy that followed good practice. The locker room would be next, then showers, and the gradual transition back to the world outside the rink. But for now, in the tunnel leading from ice to locker rooms, his teammates were still riding the high of competitive play. Nice feet on that, too. On one, Marcus called out, bumping Bodie's shoulder as they coasted toward the exit. Thought you were going to try the hero shot. What? And miss the chance to make you look good? Bodie grinned, his helmet pushed back and sweat cooling on his forehead. I'm not that selfish. Jake Martinez caught up to them, still energized from applying the defensive concepts they'd worked on. That positioning drill actually worked. I picked off 2 passes using that hip reading thing you showed me. The easy camaraderie felt natural in a way that reminded Bodie why he loved being part of a team. These were the moments that never made it into highlight reels, but formed the backbone of why hockey mattered. The shared exhaustion, the quick jokes, the satisfaction of playing well together. All of it flowing with the unforced chemistry that developed between people who trusted each other completely. And he realized, with something approaching surprise, that Kenzie had witnessed all of this. Not the media friendly version of team chemistry, but the real thing. Sweaty, unguarded, completely genuine. The thought should have made him self conscious, but instead it felt oddly freeing. For once, she'd seen him exactly as he was. In the hallway outside the team offices, Kenzie was waiting with 2 cups of coffee from the concession stand. The gesture caught him off guard. Small, thoughtful, unexpectedly domestic, in a way that made something warm settle in his chest. Figured you might need caffeine after that, she said, holding out one of the cups. Her tone was casual, but there was something different in her expression. Softer around the edges, like some of her usual armor had been set aside. Thanks. The coffee was still hot, steam rising from the small opening in the plastic lid. You didn't have to do that. I know. She fell into step beside him as they began walking slowly toward the arena exit. But I wanted to. The admission hung between them, simple and honest in a way that felt significant. They walked without urgency, their conversation flowing with an ease that had nothing to do with contract obligations or media schedules. For the first time since this whole arrangement began, talking to her felt natural rather than strategic. That thing you did with Jake was nice, Kenzie said, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Teaching him the defensive positioning. He looked like he actually got it. He's a smart player, just needed someone to explain it in a way that made sense. Bodie glanced at her as they walked. You were paying attention. Makes you feel different when you're coaching. More, she paused, searching for the right word. Real, I guess. Like the media training falls away and you're just yourself. The observation hit closer to home than he'd expected. Most people prefer the media-trained version. Most people are idiots. The response was quick, automatic, and entirely Kenzie. It made him laugh, the sound echoing slightly in the empty hallway. Near the player's entrance, Kenzie stopped in front of a display of championship photos that chronicled the Vipers' history. Black and white images from the team's early years gave way to color shots from more recent decades, each frame capturing a moment of triumph that had become part of the franchise's legacy. This one's from 1994, Bodie said, moving closer to point out a vintage shot of players celebrating on the ice. My grandfather's right there, behind the captain with the trophy. Kenzie leaned in to get a better look, and suddenly the space between them felt charged with possibility. She was close enough that he could see the way her eyelashes caught the overhead lights. Close enough to notice the subtle scent of her shampoo mixing with the arena's lingering smell of ice and leather. Raymond Keller, she said quietly, studying the photo. He looks proud. That whole season was magical. Bodie's voice had dropped to match hers, the words coming out softer than he'd intended. Said it was the closest he ever came to perfect hockey. When Kenzie turned toward him, her face tilted up to meet his gaze, the proximity became electric. Her lips were slightly parted as if she was about to say something important, and the warmth in her eyes made his chest tighten with want. The moment stretched between them, heavy with possibility and the weight of everything they'd been dancing around for weeks. His hand moved instinctively to cup her face, thumb brushing across her cheek with gentle pressure. The skin was soft and warm beneath his touch, and when he leaned down, drawn by the invitation in her eyes and the way her breath caught, everything else faded away. The arena, The contract, the complications, none of it mattered except the space between them that was disappearing by degrees. At the last second, Kenzie stepped back with a sharp exhale, her coffee cup suddenly creating a barrier between them as reality crashed back into focus. I need to get home, she muttered, her voice slightly unsteady as she took another step away from him. The words hung in the air like an unfinished sentence, leaving Bodie standing alone with the taste of almost on his lips and the lingering warmth of where her skin had been beneath his touch. Chapter 9. The Hoodie and the Line. The charity gala had been going smoothly until Mother Nature decided to crash the party. One minute, Kenzie was making polite conversation with donors about the Vipers community outreach programs, and the next, she was huddled under the venue's entrance awning, watching sheets of rain turn the elegant valet area into something resembling a small lake. Her black evening dress, the one Harper had insisted made her look devastating in a good way, offered about as much protection against the downpour as tissue paper. The thin fabric clung uncomfortably to her arms, and her carefully styled hair was already beginning to curl at the edges from the humidity. Around her, other gala attendees clustered in similar states of dismay, their formal wear no match for the sudden storm that had rolled in like an unwelcome wedding crasher. The valets were doing their best to manage the chaos, but with visibility reduced to maybe 10 feet and water streaming down the parking lot's sloped surface, the whole operation had devolved into a comedy of errors. Horns honked in the distance as drivers struggled to navigate the impromptu river that had claimed the main entrance road. Well, this is glamorous, Kenzie muttered under her breath, pulling her small clutch closer to her chest in a futile attempt to shield herself from the occasional spray of rain that the awning couldn't deflect. She'd managed to snag one of the drier spots near the building's wall, but even there she could feel the dampness seeping through her dress. "My car's 2 blocks away." Bodie's voice came from beside her, and she looked up to find him holding up his keys, his suit jacket already darkening with rainwater where he'd been standing closer to the awning's edge. His usually perfect hair was disheveled, dark blonde strands sticking to his forehead, but somehow he still managed to look annoyingly put together. "We can make a run for it or wait it out." Kenzie glanced back at the growing crowd of stranded gala attendees, then at the wall of rain that showed no signs of letting up. The weather app on her phone, when she could get it to load through the spotty signal, suggested the storm would last another hour at minimum. Standing here in increasingly damp formal wear while making small talk with strangers wasn't exactly her idea of a good time. Running it is, she decided, slipping off her heels and holding them in one hand while testing the concrete slickness with her bare feet. Fair warning, I haven't done a proper sprint in a dress since my cousin's outdoor wedding, and that ended with me face first in a rose bush. I'll try to keep you upright. There was something different in Bodie's voice. Less of the practiced charm he used for cameras, more of the dry humor she'd been glimpsing lately in their unguarded moments. They waited for a slight lull in the downpour, though lull was generous, considering the rain was still coming down hard enough to make visibility a challenge. When Bodie nodded toward the street, Kenzie tucked her clutch under one arm, gathered up the hem of her dress with her free hand, and they both bolted into the storm. The rain hit like a cold shock, immediately soaking through her dress and making the concrete treacherous beneath her bare feet. Her carefully applied makeup was probably sliding down her face in streaks, and she could feel her hair escaping whatever structural integrity the styling products had provided. But there was something exhilarating about running through the storm, something that made her want to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Bodie's hand found her lower back when she started to slip on a particularly slick section of sidewalk, his touch steady and sure as he helped her regain her balance. The gesture was automatic, protective without being possessive, and it sent a warmth through her chest that had nothing to do with the physical exertion of running. "Almost there," he called over the sound of rain hitting pavement, guiding her toward a sleek silver sedan parked under a streetlight. They covered the last 50 yards at a near sprint, both of them breathing hard by the time they reached the car. Bodie fumbled with his keys for a moment. Apparently, even professional athletes weren't immune to the particular challenge of operating small metal objects with wet hands. Before finally getting the doors unlocked, they practically dove into the car, both of them dripping and breathless. The sudden quiet after the storm's noise, almost startling. Jesus, Kenzie panted, pushing wet hair back from her face and immediately regretting it when she felt how much water her dress had absorbed. The fabric was clinging to her like a second skin, and she was probably leaving a puddle on his leather seats. I feel like I just went through a car wash without the car. Bodie was rummaging in his back seat, water still dripping from his hair onto his collar. His white dress shirt had gone partially transparent where the rain had soaked through his jacket, and Kenzie found herself momentarily distracted by the way the fabric outlined the muscles she'd glimpsed during that practice session. Here, he said, turning back toward her with a faded Viper's hoodie in his hands. The gray fabric looked soft and worn, the team logo cracked with age. It's not glamorous, but it's dry. His voice was gentle, lacking any trace of his usual smirk or the practiced charm he deployed for public consumption. Kenzie hesitated for a moment, suddenly aware of how intimate the gesture felt. This wasn't part of their contract or a photo opportunity. It was just Bodie offering her his sweatshirt because she was cold and wet and probably looked like she'd been attacked by a sprinkler system. The simple kindness of it caught her off guard. Thanks, she said, taking the hoodie from him. The fabric was incredibly soft between her fingers, worn smooth by countless washes and wear. She pulled it over her head, the oversized garment immediately enveloping her in warmth, in the faint scent of his cologne mixed with something distinctly him, clean and masculine and somehow comforting. The hoodie hung nearly to her knees, the sleeves extending past her hands, and she had to resist the urge to burrow deeper into its warmth. Instead of feeling diminished by the oversized fabric, she felt oddly protected, like she was wrapped in something that actually cared about her comfort rather than how she looked. Better? Bodie asked, starting the car and adjusting the heat. Warm air began flowing from the vents, slowly defrosting the windows that had fogged up from their collective body heat and wet clothes. Much. Kenzie settled back into the passenger seat, acutely aware of how the hoodie smelled like him and trying not to think about what that meant. Though I'm pretty sure I just destroyed whatever professional credibility I had left. Nothing says serious sports journalist like showing up to events looking like a drowned rat. I don't know, Bodie said, pulling away from the curb with careful attention to the wet streets. I think the authenticity is refreshing. Most of the people at that gala spend so much time maintaining their image that they've forgotten how to be human. The comment was unexpectedly insightful, and Kenzie found herself studying his profile as he navigated through the storm-darkened streets. The confident public persona was still there, but underneath it, she was beginning to see something more thoughtful, more genuine than she'd given him credit for. By the time they reached her apartment building, the rain had settled into a steady downpour that showed no signs of stopping. They made another mad dash from the car to the building's entrance, laughing despite themselves as they tried to dodge the worst of the water streaming from the building's gutters. Inside the lobby, Kenzie discovered that the universe apparently had a sense of humor. A handwritten sign taped to the elevator doors announced that the lift was out of service until further notice, with an apologetic note about parts being delayed due to the weather. Fourth floor, Kenzie said with a resigned sigh, gesturing toward the stairwell. I hope you've been keeping up with your cardio. They climbed the 4 flights in comfortable silence, their wet shoes squeaking against the linoleum steps in a rhythm that somehow felt companionable rather than annoying. The building's stairwell wasn't exactly elegant. Fluorescent lighting, beige walls, and the faint smell of cleaning products. But walking up with Bodie made it feel less institutional. At her door, Kenzie fumbled with her keys for a moment, suddenly nervous about inviting him into her actual living space. The gala had been neutral territory, and even their hotel room had been temporary. This was different. This was her home, with all the personal details and vulnerabilities that came with it. The door swung open to reveal Harper's latest project prominently displayed on the living room wall. A massive whiteboard covered in relationship timeline calculations, trending hashtag rankings, and what appeared to be a complex algorithm for predicting viral social media moments. The phrases body burn, 2.4 M mentions, kiss or kill ongoing debate, and projected engagement rates. Tuesday coffee shop appearance were written in Harper's distinctive purple marker. Oh, for the love of... Kenzie lunged forward and flipped the whiteboard to face the wall before Bodie could get a good look at Harper's analytical breakdown of their fake relationship. The last thing she needed was for him to see exactly how much attention their arrangement was generating. Or worse, Harper's suspicious notes about genuine chemistry markers that she'd been adding in increasingly small font. "Roommate's a sports statistics enthusiast?" Bodie asked, his tone carefully neutral, but with a hint of amusement that suggested he'd caught enough of the whiteboard to understand what he'd seen. Something like that. Kenzie dropped her clutch on the small table by the door and gestured vaguely toward the living room. Harper's very thorough about her interests. Coffee? I should probably get you a towel too, unless you want to explain to your trainer why you caught pneumonia from a charity gala. Coffee sounds perfect. While Kenzie disappeared into the kitchen, Bodie settled himself carefully on one end of her couch, clearly trying not to drip too much on the furniture. She returned with 2 steaming mugs and a fluffy towel, setting them on the coffee table before taking her own seat on the opposite end of the couch. The formal distance felt absurd after everything they'd shared in the past few weeks. They'd survived hotel rooms, press conferences, family dinners, and countless hours of practicing couple behavior. But somehow sitting on her couch felt more intimate than any of it. Maybe it was the lack of audience, or the way his hoodie made her feel like she was wrapped in a secret. But the air between them felt charged with possibility. "This is nice," Bodie said, accepting the towel and running it through his damp hair. "Your place, I mean. It feels lived in." "Is that a polite way of saying it's messy?" Kenzie asked, though she was smiling. The apartment was actually fairly tidy by her standards, but it definitely looked like people actually lived there, rather than like something out of a home design magazine. "No, it's a genuine way of saying it feels like home. Like the people who live here actually enjoy being here." He settled the towel around his shoulders and picked up his coffee. "Most of the places I've been lately feel like they were designed for photographs rather than living." The honesty in his voice made something shift in Kenzie's chest. She'd been expecting small talk, maybe some discussion about the gala or their next scheduled appearance. Instead, he was giving her something real, something that felt like a glimpse behind the carefully constructed public image. "The fake relationship circuit getting old?" she asked, then immediately regretted the words. They sounded more bitter than she'd intended, more revealing of her own confusion about where the lines were between performance and reality. "It's not the fake relationship that's the problem," Bodie said quietly, his eyes meeting hers over his coffee mug. "It's trying to figure out which parts are still fake." The admission hung between them like a challenge, and Kenzie felt her carefully constructed emotional defenses wobble slightly. They had been dancing around this for weeks, the increasing difficulty of maintaining professional distance, the moments when their chemistry felt too genuine to be performance, the way her pulse jumped whenever he looked at her like he was doing right now. "Why do you keep trying with me?" The question escaped before she could stop it, carrying all the uncertainty she'd been trying so hard to suppress. "Really? Because I've given you every reason to request a different fake girlfriend. I'm difficult. I'm sarcastic. I actively disliked you for years, and I'm generally not the kind of person who makes anything easy. Bodie set down his coffee and leaned back against the couch cushions, considering her question with the kind of serious attention she wasn't used to receiving from him. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost all traces of its usual deflection. "Because you see through everything," he said simply. "The PR, the persona, all of it. And somehow you're still here, even when I give you every reason to run." He paused, his eyes fixed on his hands as he gathered his thoughts. "I've spent so long being who everyone wants me to be that I forgot who I actually am. The media wants the charming athlete. The team wants the reliable teammate. The fans want the perfect role model. Everyone has an idea of who Bodie Keller should be, and I've gotten really good at delivering exactly what they expect." His voice grew quieter, more vulnerable. "You make me remember. When you're around, I don't feel like I'm performing. I feel like I'm just myself. Even when you're arguing with me, especially when you're arguing with me, because you're arguing with the real person, not the version everyone else sees." The honesty in his words undid something fundamental in Kenzie's chest, some wall she'd been maintaining through sheer force of will. She'd spent weeks telling herself that this was just business, that the growing warmth between them was either performance or professional convenience. But sitting here in his oversized hoodie, listening to him speak without any trace of his usual charm, offensive, she couldn't pretend anymore. Without allowing herself time to overthink it, she crossed the space between them on the couch and kissed him. It started soft, tentative, her lips barely brushing against his as she tested whether this was what she actually wanted or just what the moment seemed to demand. But when he responded, one hand coming up to cup the back of her neck, the other settling gently at her waist, the hesitation melted away entirely. The kiss deepened gradually, naturally, tasting like rain and coffee and possibility. There was nothing performative about it, nothing calculated for an audience or designed to sell a story. It was just them, finally honest about what had been building between them for weeks, and it felt like the most genuine thing she'd done in months. When they finally broke apart, both breathing slightly harder, Kenzie found herself looking at Bodie with new eyes. The carefully styled hair was still disheveled from the rain, his expensive suit was rumpled and damp, and there wasn't a camera or reporter in sight. It was just him, looking at her like she'd just given him something precious. And for the first time since this whole arrangement started, nothing about it felt fake. Chapter 10, The Article That Wasn't. The notification chimed at exactly 7:12 a.m., cutting through the quiet of Bodie's kitchen like a blade. He'd been scrolling through routine hockey updates while his coffee cooled. Trade rumors, injury reports, the usual background noise of his profession. When the push alert from Kenzie's outlet made his stomach lurch sideways. Golden Boy's greatest hit inside Bodie Keller's image crisis. His thumb hovered over the notification for several heartbeats, some instinct warning him away, even as curiosity pulled him forward. The preview text was already visible beneath the headline, and the words hit him like ice water. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm just disappointing a dead man's memory. Keller, revealed during a candid moment." The coffee mug slipped from his other hand and shattered against the kitchen tile, ceramic fragments scattering across the floor in a spray of brown liquid and broken porcelain. He barely registered the sound, barely felt the hot splash against his bare ankles, because those words were staring back at him from his phone screen, like an indictment written in his own voice. His words, spoken 3 nights ago in the soft lamplight of Kenzie's apartment, when she'd asked about the pressure he felt carrying his grandfather's legacy, now stripped of warmth and twisted into something ugly. He opened the article with hands that had started to shake slightly, his thumb trembling against the screen as he scrolled past the inflammatory introduction. More pieces of their private conversation were scattered throughout the piece, like shrapnel from an explosion he hadn't seen coming. The context was all wrong, surgically removed and rearranged until the vulnerable admissions he'd made, admissions that had felt like exhaling after holding his breath for years, were twisted into evidence of his crumbling mental state and desperate need for professional help. The writer, some staff reporter he'd never heard of, had taken the raw honesty he'd offered Kenzie in the sanctuary of her living room and fashioned it into a weapon designed to eviscerate what remained of his public image. Multiple sources close to the situation confirm that Keller's recent behavioral changes stem from an inability to live up to the legendary status of his late grandfather, former Vipers captain Marcus the Cannon Keller. He's been spiraling for months, one anonymous source claims. The fake relationship with sports journalist Kenzie Morales appears to be a desperate attempt to rehabilitate an image that may be beyond saving. The betrayal hit him like being checked into the boards at full speed. That breathless moment of disorientation when your body can't quite process the impact, when the world tilts sideways and you're not sure which way is up. She'd been working him. The realization settled in his chest like ice water, cold and spreading. While he was opening up about his grandfather, about the crushing weight of expectations and the bone-deep fear of never measuring up to a dead man's legend, she'd been taking mental notes. While he was kissing her on that couch, tasting something real for the first time in years, something that made him forget about cameras and contracts and carefully crafted personas, she'd already been planning how to package his vulnerability into copy. Bodie's rational mind tried to intervene, reminding him that Kenzie's byline wasn't on the article, that the timing seemed odd given how things had been between them lately. But the hurt was too massive for logic, filling his chest like concrete and making it hard to breathe. Every moment of their fake relationship replayed in his memory with sickening new clarity. Was that why she'd finally kissed him? Had it all been research? He grabbed his keys from the counter and headed for the door, stepping over the coffee-soaked ceramic shards without a second glance. The fragments crunched under his sneakers, but the sound barely registered over the roar of blood in his ears. The drive to her apartment building passed in a blur of red lights and clenched jaw muscles, his knuckles white against the steering wheel, as his mind cycled between fury and something that felt dangerously close to heartbreak. Every traffic light seemed to mock him with extra seconds to replay her laugh from this morning, the way she'd kissed him like she meant it. By the time he reached her building, the hurt had crystallized into white-hot anger, easier to carry, simpler to justify. The elevator felt too slow, too civilized for the storm building in his chest, so he took the stairs instead, climbing 3 at a time while his pulse hammered against his throat. The narrow stairwell echoed with his footsteps, each one sharper than the last. By the 4th floor, his breathing was ragged, but whether from exertion or rage, he couldn't tell. His lungs burned, matching the fire spreading through his ribs. He pounded on her door harder than necessary, each impact echoing through the hallway like a judgment. The sound reverberated off the walls, probably waking half her neighbors, but he didn't care. When the door swung open, revealing Kenzie in an oversized Vipers t-shirt, his t-shirt, he realized with another spike of betrayal, her face lit up with what looked like genuine happiness to see him. The sight of her wearing his number, his name, across her shoulders made his stomach twist. "Bodie? I wasn't expecting—" she started, her voice bright with surprise, but he cut her off by holding up his phone screen between them like a shield. Golden Boy's greatest hit? The words came out flat, emotionless, though everything inside him was churning. The screen's harsh light cast shadows across both their faces. "Really creative headline work from your people." Her expression shifted from confusion to dawning horror as she read the words on his screen. And he watched the blood drain from her face in real time, watched the warm flush of earlier happiness fade until her skin looked ashen under the hallway's fluorescent lighting. The transformation was so complete, so visceral. that for a split second he almost believed her shock was genuine. For a moment she looked exactly like someone who'd been caught red-handed, wide eyes darting between the screen and his face, with what could have been either guilt or genuine bewilderment. His anger ratcheted higher, feeding on the uncertainty he hated feeling. "Bodie, I didn't... That's not what I wrote," she stammered, reaching for his phone with desperate hands that trembled slightly. Her fingers grasped at air as he instinctively pulled back. "I never submitted anything like this. I would never..." The protest sounded exactly like what someone caught would say, perfectly calibrated for maximum believability, with just the right amount of breathless panic. He'd heard variations of it from teammates caught breaking curfew, from opponents claiming clean hits after dirty plays, from reporters claiming misquotes when their articles went too far. The bitter laugh that escaped his throat surprised them both, a harsh sound that echoed off the narrow hallway walls and made Kenzie flinch. "Right, of course you did it." He pulled his phone back, away from her reaching fingers, clutching it against his chest like evidence. The screen's glow cast harsh shadows across his face as he looked down at her. "Let me guess. It was all a big misunderstanding. Someone else must have had access to all those private conversations we had. Someone else knew about my grandfather, about what I told you in this apartment while I was still wearing your damn lipstick on my mouth." The specific detail hung between them like an accusation. He could still remember the taste of that lipstick, could still feel the phantom weight of her hands in his hair as they'd kissed on her couch just days ago. "No, listen to me," Kenzie said, her voice taking on an edge of panic as she grabbed his arm with both hands. Her grip was firm, desperate, like she was trying to anchor him to the spot through sheer force of will. "Come inside. Let me show you what actually happened. Please, just give me 5 minutes to explain." Despite every instinct screaming at him to leave, to walk away and never look back, he found himself following her into the apartment. Some masochistic need to understand the full scope of his own stupidity overrode his self-preservation. Like picking at a wound to see how deep it really went. The place looked exactly as it had 3 nights ago, her laptop still open on the kitchen counter, the screen dark but still warm to the touch. His hoodie draped over the back of the couch where she'd carefully set it after changing out of it the next morning. Even the coffee mug she'd been drinking from was still sitting on the counter, a faint ring of lipstick on the rim that matched the shade he tasted on her lip. She was already pulling up her computer, fingers flying over the keyboard with desperate urgency that made the keys sound like machine gun fire in the otherwise silent apartment. "Look at this. Look at the timestamps. I wrote a completely different piece, a positive piece about the charity work you've been doing. I never submitted anything about your grandfather. I never even put those quotes in a draft." He leaned over her shoulder to read the screen, close enough to smell her shampoo, something citrusy and clean that hit him like a sucker punch to the gut. And remember exactly how her hair had felt tangled in his fingers just 3 nights ago, when the world still made sense. The document she showed him was indeed different from the published article, warmer, more generous, focusing on his work with youth hockey programs and the kids who looked up to him rather than his supposed psychological deterioration. The timestamp showed it had been saved 2 days ago at 11:47 p.m., but never submitted, never sent anywhere beyond the confines of her laptop. "Amelia published something completely different," Kenzie continued, scrolling desperately through her email history with the frantic energy of someone trying to prove their innocence before a firing squad. Her breathing was shallow, uneven. "Look, here's where she asked for my notes about our interview sessions. I thought she meant for fact-checking, for legal review. Standard procedure. I sent her my research folder, but I never authorized her to use any of the personal stuff you shared off the record." Bodie found himself studying her face as she talked, searching for tells, for the micro-expressions that would reveal whether this was another performance, another carefully crafted manipulation designed to make him feel like the asshole for not trusting her. She looked genuinely distraught, her eyes bright with unshed tears that caught the laptop's blue glow, her voice shaking with what seemed like authentic outrage, her hands trembling slightly as she clicked through files with desperate precision. But he'd thought their conversations were genuine too, thought the way she'd listened when he talked about his grandfather's dementia had been real. And look how spectacularly that had blown up in his face. She cherry-picked the most damaging quotes and gave them to someone else to write around, Kenzie went on, pulling up text messages that showed increasingly frantic exchanges with her editor. The timestamps stretched back hours too: 4:47 a.m., 3:15 a.m., 4:33 a.m. A digital trail of panic that painted a picture of someone who'd been blindsided. "I've been calling her since 6 a.m. trying to get an explanation, but she's not answering. This is career suicide for me too, Bodie. No athlete will ever trust me again if they think I burn private conversations for clicks." The logic of her argument was starting to penetrate through his anger like ice water seeping through cracks, but the hurt was still too fresh, too raw for reason to fully take hold. The betrayal sat like a physical weight in his chest, pressing against his ribs with each breath. Even if she was telling the truth, and the evidence on her laptop was compelling, the messages too detailed and desperate to be fabricated after the fact, the damage felt too massive to undo. His most vulnerable moments were now public entertainment, dissected and psychoanalyzed by strangers who would never know the weight of legacy. The crushing pressure of living up to a dead man's legend while trying to forge his own path. "I trusted you," he said quietly, the words falling between them like stones thrown into still water. Each syllable rippling outward with the force of everything he'd never planned to admit. The admission cost him something vital. Stripped away another layer of the careful armor he'd spent years building, and he saw his pain reflected in her face, like a mirror he didn't want to look into, the way her features crumpled slightly, the way her hand moved toward him and then stopped midair, fingers curled as if she could somehow catch the hurt before it settled too deep. "You can still trust me," she whispered, and the desperation in her voice almost undid his resolve entirely. The rawness of it, the way it cracked on the last word, made him want to close the space between them and forget everything except the way she'd looked at him in those unguarded moments when the cameras weren't rolling. "Bodie, please, everything between us, everything real between us, that matters more than any article. You have to know that." But the self-preservation instincts that had kept him safe through years of media training and public scrutiny were already kicking in, building walls faster than she could tear them down with her explanations and her trembling voice. The familiar numbness was settling in. The same emotional shutdown that had gotten him through his grandfather's funeral and his father's disappointed silences, and every interview where he'd smiled while reporters tried to pick apart his life for content. Staying here listening to her explanations and apologies would mean admitting how completely he'd let his guard down, how thoroughly she'd gotten under his skin, how much he'd wanted to believe that someone could see past the jersey and the stats to whatever was actually left underneath. Right now, that felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when the wreckage of that trust was already trending on Twitter. He walked toward her door without looking back, each step feeling like it was being taken underwater, his legs heavy with the weight of everything that had just shattered between them. Her voice followed him. "Bodie, please, don't leave like this. We can fix this. I can fix this." But he didn't turn around. Couldn't turn around, not when his entire chest felt like it was caving in on itself, ribs collapsing around a heart that had been stupid enough to trust again. The desperation in her tone made his shoulders tense, made him want to stop and let her try to explain away the mess her editor had made of his most private moments. But that was exactly the problem. He'd let himself believe that Kenzie was different, that she saw him as more than just content to be packaged and consumed. The article had proven how wrong he'd been, how completely he'd misread every soft look, every genuine laugh, every moment when she'd seemed to forget she was supposed to hate him. The hallway outside her apartment was too bright, too normal for the wreckage he was carrying. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in the kind of harsh institutional glow that reminded him of hospital waiting rooms and police stations. Places where bad news lived. Somewhere behind that door, Kenzie was probably still trying to piece together how her editor had betrayed them both. And somewhere out in the world, his private pain was being turned into morning entertainment by people who would never understand what it meant to carry someone else's legacy on their shoulders. The elevator ride down felt endless, each floor marker lighting up like a countdown to some inevitable destination he wasn't ready to reach. The walls seemed to press closer with every ding of the floors passing by. 10th, ninth, 8th, each number marking another layer of distance between him and the version of himself that had believed someone could love the man behind the jersey. By the time the doors opened onto the lobby, Bodie had already started rebuilding the careful emotional distance that had kept him safe for so long, brick by brick, wall by wall, until the real person Kenzie had somehow reached was buried safely away where no reporter could find him again. Chapter 11, Spin Out. The printouts crumpled in her fist as Kenzie charged through the newsroom, past the sports desk where Tommy avoided her eyes, and straight toward the glass fishbowl that was Amelia Grant's office. Her editor sat behind her desk like some digital media queen holding court, steam rising from that ridiculous chipped mug that had become her trademark prop. The no comment lettering was faded and ironic, considering Amelia. Through the glass walls, Kenzie could see her colleagues pretending to work, while obviously watching the drama unfold. Let them stare. She was past caring about office politics or maintaining professional composure when Amelia had just torched her career and Bodie's trust in one fell swoop. She didn't bother knocking. The papers hit Amelia's desk with a satisfying thud, scattering across the pristine surface and knocking over a small stack of press releases. You published my draft without permission. That story wasn't finished, and half of those quotes were off the record. Amelia barely glanced up from her screen, fingers still clicking away at whatever urgent deadline was apparently more important than destroying people's lives. Her voice carried that maddeningly casual tone she used when explaining why journalistic integrity was a luxury they couldn't afford in the digital age. It was timely, it had good quotes, and it's already trending. Sometimes journalism means making hard choices about what serves the public interest. The public interest. Kenzie's hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms hard enough to leave marks. As if the public had some burning need to know about Bodie's complicated relationship with his father's legacy, or the way his voice got quiet when he talked about the pressure of living up to a name that meant more to everyone else than it did to him. Those weren't quotes meant for public consumption. They were pieces of a person she'd started to care about, shared in moments when he'd forgotten to keep his media-trained guard up. That wasn't journalism. It was a violation of ethics and trust. Her voice was rising, despite every professional instinct telling her to keep it down, to handle this like the seasoned reporter she was supposed to be. You made me look like I ambushed someone during a private conversation. Amelia finally looked up, her expression carrying that particular brand of tired superiority that came from years of treating reporters like replaceable content generators. She took a deliberate sip from her mug before responding, letting the silence stretch just long enough to be insulting. Welcome to digital media, Morales. Either you break the story or someone else does. I thought you understood that when you pitched this whole fake dating angle. The fake dating angle, right. Because somewhere between agreeing to this mess and watching Bodie's face crumple as he read those quotes, Kenzie had forgotten that none of it was supposed to matter. She'd forgotten that she was supposed to keep her emotional distance, supposed to treat him like any other subject instead of like someone whose laugh made her chest feel lighter and whose quiet moments of vulnerability had somehow become more real than any byline she'd ever earned. Amelia's dismissive shrug, casual, practiced, completely devoid of any understanding of what she'd just destroyed, snapped the last thread of Kenzie's restraint. The words came out before she could stop them. before she could think about rent or career prospects or the fact that quitting in a rage was probably the most unprofessional thing she could possibly do. Then I quit. The silence that followed was immediate and suffocating. Through the glass walls, she could see heads turning, conversations stopping mid-sentence. Tommy's coffee mug froze halfway to his lips. Even the interns stopped pretending to sort through press releases and stared openly at the meltdown happening in their boss's office. Amelia's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched upward, and for a moment she looked genuinely surprised, like she'd expected Kenzie to just suck it up and move on to the next assignment. Don't be dramatic, Morales. We all make choices we don't love in this business. But Kenzie was already moving, already pushing back from the desk and heading for the door. Her hands were shaking with a combination of adrenaline and terror. Because what the hell had she just done? 3 years building her reputation at this outlet, countless late nights and weekend assignments. All of it gone because she couldn't stomach the way Amelia had carved up someone she cared about and served him to the internet for breakfast. The walk to her desk felt like a death march. Her colleagues had gone back to pretending they weren't watching, but she could feel their eyes tracking her movements as she pulled a cardboard box from under the copy machine and started throwing her life into it. Notebooks filled with interview notes and story ideas. The collection of press pins she'd started collecting her first year, each one a tiny monument to some game or tournament that had felt important at the time. A photo of her and Harper from last year's holiday party, both of them making ridiculous faces at the camera. 3 years of her professional life, and it all fit in a box that used to hold printer paper. The press pins clinked together as she tossed them in, her lucky charms from every major assignment, every breakthrough interview. The pin from the championship series where she'd gotten her first exclusive, the one from the rookie showcase where she'd made her editor actually laugh at her recap. Now they just looked like old metal, tarnished from being handled too much. As worthless as the career she'd just walked away from. Tommy appeared at her elbow as she was clearing out her desk drawers, his expression somewhere between concerned and fascinated. Kenzie, what the hell? Ask Amelia, she cut him off, not trusting herself to explain without either crying or screaming, maybe both. I'm sure she'll spin it into content. The elevator ride down felt longer than usual, each floor marking another layer of finality. By the time she reached the lobby, the reality of what she'd just done was starting to settle in her chest like a cold weight. Unemployed, professional reputation probably shot. All because she had fallen for a hockey player she was supposed to be pretending to date and couldn't stand to watch him get dissected for public entertainment. Harper was exactly where Kenzie had left her that morning, curled up on their secondhand couch with her laptop balanced on her knees, probably working on some web design project that would actually pay their bills now that Kenzie's steady income had just evaporated. The morning light streaming through their windows made everything look deceptively normal. Like this was just another day, instead of the one where Kenzie had just blown up her entire career. That was fast, Harper said without looking up from her screen. Did you get Amelia to pull the article? Kenzie set the cardboard box on their coffee table with more force than necessary, causing Harper's laptop to bounce slightly. I quit. The typing stopped immediately. Harper's head snapped up, her expression cycling through confusion, disbelief, and something that might have been panic. Their apartment was cheap by necessity, not choice, and Harper's freelance income was steady but not exactly box office gold. They'd been splitting expenses down the middle since college, and suddenly half of that equation had just vanished. You what? Harper's voice was carefully controlled, the tone she used when she was trying not to freak out while absolutely freaking out inside. Kenzie collapsed onto the couch beside her, suddenly exhausted despite it being barely 10 in the morning. The adrenaline that had carried her through the confrontation with Amelia was fading, leaving behind a hollow feeling that was part regret and part relief. She published my draft without permission, used quotes that were off the record, Made me look like I ambushed Bodie during a private conversation. When I called her out on it, she basically told me to suck it up because that's digital media. Harper closed her laptop with deliberate care, setting it aside before turning to face her fully. Okay. Okay, that's fucked up, and Amelia is a garbage human being for doing that to you. But, Kenz, you quit? Without another job lined up? In this economy? But the practical concerns were valid, Kenzie knew that. Rent was due in 2 weeks. Her student loans didn't care about ethical stands or journalistic integrity. Her phone bill wouldn't pause because she'd decided to prioritize her moral compass over her career prospects. But sitting here in their living room, looking at that box of discarded professional memories, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. I couldn't stay there after what she did, Kenzie said quietly, not after seeing how it hurt him. Harper's expression softened, understanding dawning in her eyes. She'd been watching this whole fake relationship unfold from the beginning, had seen Kenzie's walls slowly crumbling, despite her best efforts to keep everything surface, level and professional. Oh, honey, you really fell for him, didn't you? Before Kenzie could figure out how to answer that question, or whether she even wanted to, her phone buzzed with a text from Vanessa Quinn, Cafe Clutch. 20 minutes. We need to talk. The coffee shop was busier than usual for a weekday morning, filled with the usual mix of remote workers and students pretending to study while actually scrolling social media. Kenzie spotted Vanessa immediately at their corner table, her expression grave as she watched Kenzie navigate through the maze of laptops and oversized mugs. Vanessa had already ordered for both of them, iced coffee with an extra shot for Kenzie, because apparently her caffeine addiction was that predictable. The gesture was small but kind, the sort of thing that made Kenzie's chest tighten with gratitude and guilt in equal measure. Another friendship she'd probably just complicated by walking away from her job. You look like hell, Vanessa observed as Kenzie slumped into the chair across from her. Thanks. Really what I needed to hear right now. Kenzie wrapped her fingers around the plastic cup, letting the cold seep through to her palms. The caffeine hit her system like a small blessing, cutting through the emotional fog that had been clouding her thoughts since she'd stormed out of the newsroom. Vanessa didn't waste time with pleasantries or small talk, one of the things Kenzie had always appreciated about her. Bodie missed practice yesterday. The words hit like a physical blow, cutting through whatever composure Kenzie had been trying to maintain. She'd been so focused on her own anger at Amelia, her own professional crisis, that she hadn't let herself think too hard about how Bodie was handling the fallout. The image of him walking away from her apartment yesterday, shoulders rigid with hurt and betrayal, had been playing on repeat in her mind, but she'd pushed it aside every time it threatened to overwhelm her. Coach says he's been skating like he's got a death wish, Vanessa continued, her voice carefully neutral but her eyes sharp with concern. Taking unnecessary hits, picking fights with guys twice his size, going through the motions in drills but completely disconnected from everything that actually matters about the game. Kenzie's coffee suddenly tasted like cardboard. She set it down carefully, not trusting her hands to stay steady. How bad? Bad enough the coach pulled him aside after yesterday's practice. Bad enough that the guys are starting to notice. Bodie's always been the one who kept everyone focused, kept the energy up, even when they were down by 3 goals. Now, he's just empty, like someone switched off a light. Each word felt like another weight added to the guilt already crushing Kenzie's chest. She'd seen Bodie play, had watched him move across the ice like he was born for it, all fluid grace and competitive fire. The idea of him going through the motions, disconnected from the thing that had always seemed to define him, made her feel sick. Whatever happened between you two, Vanessa said quietly, it's eating him alive. I've never seen him this disconnected from the game, and believe me, I've seen him deal with plenty of media shitstorms before. This was different, though. This wasn't some generic scandal or manufactured controversy. This was personal betrayal from someone he'd started to trust, someone he'd let see behind the carefully maintained facade that kept him safe from exactly this kind of hurt. Kenzie had been the one to encourage him to open up, to share the complicated feelings about his family legacy and the pressure of living up to expectations that weren't even his own. And then her editor had taken those private moments and turned them into content. "I quit my job," Kenzie said suddenly, the words spilling out before she could think better of them. "This morning, I told Amelia exactly what I thought of her editorial choices, and then I walked out." Vanessa's eyebrows shot up, surprised but not displeased. "Good. She had no right to publish that story without your permission." "Yeah, well, righteousness doesn't pay rent." Kenzie managed a weak laugh that fooled neither of them. "I'm officially unemployed with no prospects and a reputation for being difficult to work with. All because I couldn't handle watching someone I care about get served up for breakfast. Entertainment." The admission hung in the air between them, more honest than Kenzie had intended to be. Vanessa reached across the table and squeezed her hand, a gesture of support that somehow made everything feel simultaneously better and worse. "You care about him," Vanessa said. Not a question, but a statement that demanded honesty. Kenzie's carefully maintained composure finally cracked, 3 weeks of suppressed feelings rushing to the surface like water through a burst dam. Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended, vulnerable in a way that reminded her uncomfortably of how she'd sounded when she'd begged Bodie not to leave yesterday. "I think I actually fell for him, Vanessa. Somewhere between the fake hand-holding and the real conversations, it stopped being an act." The words felt strange in her mouth, foreign and familiar at the same time. She'd been avoiding this realization for days, maybe weeks, telling herself that the warmth in her chest when he smiled was just professional appreciation, that the way her heart had raced when he'd almost kissed her at the arena was just adrenaline, that the hollow ache she'd felt watching him walk away yesterday was just guilt about the article, not actual heartbreak. But sitting here in Cafe Clutch, surrounded by the comfortable noise of other people's ordinary lives, she couldn't lie to herself anymore. Somewhere in the middle of their fake relationship, she'd stopped thinking of Bodie as content and started thinking of him as someone worth protecting. Someone worth quitting her job for, apparently, even if he never forgave her for the role she'd played in his private pain becoming public entertainment. Vanessa was quiet for a long moment, processing this admission with the same careful consideration she brought to her game analysis. Finally, she spoke, her voice gentle but certain. "Then write about that. Not the story Amelia wanted, but the real one." Vanessa's eyes were bright with something that looked like hope. "About what it means to fall for someone you're supposed to be pretending to love. About the difference between performing a relationship and actually living one. About how sometimes the most honest thing you can do is walk away from a story that would hurt someone you care about." The idea hit Kenzie like lightning, sudden and electric and completely terrifying. A real story. Not about Bodie's family pressure or his struggles with public perception, but about her own journey from professional cynic to someone willing to blow up her career for love. It would be vulnerable in ways that made her stomach clench just thinking about it, but it would also be true in ways that her usual sports reporting never could be. "That's career suicide," Kenzie said automatically, even as her brain was already spinning through potential angles and opening lines. "No legitimate outlet would touch something that personal." "Then don't write it for a legitimate outlet." Vanessa's smile was small but encouraging. "Write it for you. Write it because sometimes the most important stories are the ones that never make it to print. Write it because maybe, if you're lucky, someone who needs to read it will find it anyway." Chapter 12, Off the Ice. The scrape of his blades against the ice echoed through the empty arena like a metronome, marking time in a space that felt as hollow as his chest. 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, and Bodie was alone with the ghosts of Raymond Keller's legacy hanging in the rafters above him. The overhead lights cast stark shadows across the rink, turning familiar ice into something alien and unforgiving. He pushed through another set of crossovers, the repetitive motion doing nothing to quiet the replay loop in his head. The hurt in Kenzie's eyes when he'd accused her of using him. The way her voice had cracked when she'd tried to explain about the article. The empty feeling in his gut when he'd walked out of her apartment, knowing he was probably throwing away the most real thing he'd felt in years. Sprint to the blue line. Stop hard, ice shaving spraying. Push off again. His legs burned, which was the point. If he could exhaust his body enough, maybe his brain would finally shut up about the way she'd looked in his hoodie that night at her apartment. About the careful way she'd asked him why he kept trying with her, like she couldn't quite believe someone would want to see past her defenses. About the kiss that had felt like coming home to a place he'd never known he was looking for. The sound of footsteps on the tunnel stairs barely registered until Theo's voice echoed across the empty arena, loud enough to cut through the hum of the ice machines. Coach sent me to make sure you weren't bleeding out on the ice. Again. Bodie didn't break stride, pushing through another sprint that left his lungs screaming. Theo settled onto the bench behind him with the patience of someone who'd pulled this interventional duty before, probably more times than either of them wanted to count. But his presence was persistent in the way that good friends were, impossible to ignore, even when you desperately wanted to. After another 5 minutes of watching Bodie skate himself into the ground, Theo's voice cut through the arena again. You gonna talk to me? Or am I just here for the cardio entertainment? That finally forced Bodie to coast to a stop near the boards, breathing hard and keeping his eyes fixed on the ice rather than meeting Theo's knowing gaze. His chest heaved as he leaned against his stick, sweat dripping despite the arena's chill. Nothing to talk about. The words came out rougher than he'd intended, his voice echoing off the empty seats like an accusation. Right. Theo's tone was dry enough to absorb half the ice surface. That's why you look like hell, you're playing like hell, and everyone from coach to the equipment manager knows it's about the reporter. So either talk or I'm dragging you off this ice. Your choice. Something about the blunt honesty in Theo's voice, the complete absence of pity or judgment, finally cracked the dam Bodie had been building around his frustration for the past 24 hours. The words came spilling out like water through broken concrete, raw and bitter and months in the making. She used me, Theo. His stick hit the boards harder than necessary, the sound sharp as a gunshot in the empty arena. Everything I told her in private ended up in print. All those conversations about family pressure, about what it's like living in my grandfather's shadow, she turned it into content. I was an idiot to think any of it was real. The admission hung between them, more honest than Bodie had been with himself since he'd seen that headline yesterday morning. He'd been so careful for so long, learning to treat every conversation like a potential interview, every moment of vulnerability like ammunition someone could use against him later. And then Kenzie had slipped past his defenses with her sharp humor and unexpected softness, making him believe that maybe he could trust someone with the parts of himself he kept hidden from the cameras. You done? Theo asked when the silence stretched too long. Bodie finally looked up, expecting sympathy or at least some variation of the supportive teammate's speech. Instead, Theo was watching him with something that looked suspiciously like disappointment, his expression more serious than Bodie had seen since they'd lost the playoffs last spring. Because from where I'm sitting, it sounds like you didn't lose her to the press, man. You lost her because you let fear win again. The words hit harder than any check Bodie had taken all season, cutting through his defensive anger to something more vulnerable underneath. What's that supposed to mean? It means you've been looking for an excuse to run since the moment you started actually caring about her. Theo's voice was matter of fact, the way it got when he was stating something he considered obvious. The second things got real, you went looking for proof that she was just like everyone else who's ever disappointed you. And congratulations, you found it. Bodie opened his mouth to argue, to defend himself, but Theo held up a hand. Did she write the article? Her name was on the byline. Did she choose to publish it? The question hung in the arena air like a challenge. Bodie thought about the genuine confusion in Kenzie's voice when she'd tried to explain about the editor, about drafts and approval processes, about the way she'd looked when he'd accused her of using him. Not guilty, but devastated, like someone who'd been punched in the gut by the last person she'd expected to hurt her. I don't know, he admitted finally, the words tasting like defeat. Right, because you walked out before asking. Theo stood up from the bench, his footsteps echoing as he made his way toward the tunnel. Look, I'm not saying she didn't screw up, but maybe next time try getting the whole story before you write someone off, especially someone who quit her job this afternoon. That stopped Bodie cold. What? Vanessa texted me an hour ago. Apparently, your girl marched into her editor's office and told them exactly what she thought of their publishing choices. Then she quit. Theo paused at the tunnel entrance, his voice carrying clearly across the ice. Doesn't sound like the move of someone who was using you for content. The information hit Bodie like a delayed penalty call, recontextualizing everything he thought he knew about yesterday's conversation. Kenzie had quit her job. The career she'd built story by story, the reputation she'd fought to establish in a field that didn't make space for people like her, she'd thrown it away, rather than stand behind an article that had hurt him. Stop being a dramatic martyr and go fix this, Theo called out as he disappeared into the tunnel. Some of us have actual problems to deal with. The arena fell silent again, but now the emptiness felt different, less like sanctuary and more like purgatory, a holding space where Bodie could skate in circles without actually going anywhere. He pushed off slowly, processing Theo's words as he glided through lazy figure eights that would have made his youth coaches cringe. You let fear win. Again. The accusation stung because it was true. He'd spent so many years protecting himself from people who saw his name, his legacy, his potential earning power before they saw him that he'd forgotten how to trust anyone who got too close. The moment Kenzie had shown him real vulnerability, real connection, he'd started looking for proof that it was performance. And when that proof had appeared, however misconstrued, he'd grabbed onto it like a lifeline back to familiar cynicism. But Kenzie had kissed him in her apartment with rain drumming against the windows and her defenses finally lowered, and there had been nothing calculated about it, nothing that felt like research or content gathering or professional networking, just a woman who'd been brave enough to reach for something real with someone who'd been too scared to reach back. The arena's main lights suddenly dimmed to emergency level, the shift from stark white to amber changing the entire character of the space. Bodie assumed it was the automatic timer until he saw a figure emerge from the tunnel, moving carefully across the rubber matting and sneakers, carrying 2 coffee cups like peace offerings. Even in the low light, he knew the shape of her immediately. Kenzie, without her usual press credentials or notebook, just herself in jeans and something that made his chest tighten with recognition. His old Vipers hoodie, the one he'd given her after the charity gala, hung loose on her frame like a declaration. She approached the boards without her usual reporter's confidence, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who wasn't entirely sure of their welcome. When she reached the barrier between ice and stands, she held up one of the coffee cups like a white flag. I quit my job today, she said simply, her voice carrying clearly across the ice in the cathedral silence of the darkened arena. Figured you should know. Bodie stopped skating, but didn't approach, his heart hammering against his ribs, was something that felt dangerously close to hope. She looked smaller than usual in the emergency lighting, more vulnerable, but her eyes remained steady on his face. I never planned to like you, she continued, her voice quiet, but carrying the kind of honesty that cut through pretense like a blade through ice. I definitely didn't plan to miss you. But here we are, and I'm tired of pretending this isn't real. The words hung between them, more honest than anything they'd shared during 3 weeks of performed affection. No cameras, no contracts, no expectations from agents or editors or fans who wanted their relationship to be content. Just Kenzie, standing in an empty arena at midnight, offering him the choice he'd been too scared to make for himself. Bodie skated toward her slowly, each push of his blades deliberate and measured. When he reached the boards, he stepped off the ice without bothering to remove his skates, the rubber guards protecting the arena floor as he closed the distance between them. This close, he could see the uncertainty in her expression despite her steady voice, could see the way her fingers tightened around the coffee cup like she needed something to hold on to, could see the faint shadows under her eyes that suggested she'd slept about as well as he had since their fight. I'm sorry, he said quietly, meaning it more than he'd ever meant any media-trained apology. I should have listened. I should have trusted you. Her smile was small but real, transforming her face in ways that reminded him exactly why he'd fallen for her in the first place. I should have been more careful with your trust. Should have told you about the article the moment I realized what was happening. We're both idiots, Bodie said, accepting the coffee cup she offered him. The warmth seeped through the cardboard, anchoring him in the present moment instead of the endless replay of yesterday's mistakes. Probably, Kenzie's eyes searched his face in the amber emergency lighting, but I'd like to be idiots together, if you're interested. For real this time. No contracts, no PR requirements, no performance schedules, just us figuring out if what we started pretending can actually work when nobody's watching. When he kissed her this time, it was with the weight of everything unsaid, desperate for the weeks they'd wasted dancing around their feelings, grateful for the chance to try again, and completely free of the performance anxiety that had colored every interaction since their fake relationship began. Her coffee cup hit the floor somewhere behind them, forgotten in favor of her hands fisting in his jersey, pulling him closer in the cathedral silence of the darkened arena. It tasted like possibility, like second chances and honest conversations, and the kind of trust that couldn't be manufactured for cameras or column inches, like coming home to something worth fighting for, even when fighting meant admitting you'd been wrong. Chapter 13, Rewriting the Narrative. The kitchen table had become her confessional booth, the laptop screen casting pale blue light across her face at 3 a.m. The apartment around her felt suspended in that peculiar stillness that only existed in the dead hours, when the world held its breath and secrets spilled easier. Kenzie's fingers hovered over the keys for a long moment, trembling slightly from too much caffeine, or maybe just the weight of what she was about to do, before she typed the words that felt like stepping off a cliff. I've spent my career believing that cynicism equals credibility, that keeping sources at arm's length makes me objective. I was wrong. The sentence sat there, stark and uncompromising against the white background of her personal blog. The cursor blinked at her like a tiny heartbeat, waiting. No editor looking over her shoulder, no word count requirements, no SEO keywords to jam into the headline, just her and the truth she'd been too scared to tell, the one that had been clawing at her throat for weeks now. The words came easier after that, flowing from her fingertips without the usual struggle of wrestling meaning into marketable sentences. Her shoulders, which had been hunched defensively around her ears, began to relax as the paragraphs took shape. Each one felt like peeling back layers of professional armor she'd worn for so long, she'd forgotten what her actual skin felt like underneath, the familiar ache in her chest. the one she'd been carrying since that night outside the arena, finally had somewhere to go. The media machine doesn't just report on relationships, it manufactures them. We take genuine human connection and transform it into content, parsing every glance and gesture for evidence of drama that drives engagement. I became a willing participant in a system that treats athletes like characters in a soap opera instead of people with actual feelings. Her coffee had gone cold hours ago, the ceramic mug sitting forgotten among scattered press passes and sticky notes that had long since lost their relevance. But Kenzie couldn't stop typing, couldn't pause to reheat the bitter dregs or stretch the growing knot between her shoulder blades. Every sentence dismantled another piece of the fortress she'd built around her integrity, the one that had been crumbling since the moment Bodie offered her his hoodie in the rain. The one that had completely collapsed the night he looked at her with those impossibly blue eyes and asked if she was okay, like her answer actually mattered more than the story she might write about it. Editors prioritize clicks over ethics because clicks pay the bills. We're told this is just business, that emotional distance is professional necessity. But somewhere along the way, I stopped questioning whether the stories we tell actually serve anyone except our own bottom line. The cursor blinked at her, waiting. This was the part where she usually deflected with sarcasm, buried the personal stuff under layers of wit and professional detachment. Instead, she kept going. The fake dating arrangement was supposed to be simple, manufactured chemistry for mutual benefit, with clear boundaries and an exit strategy. What I didn't account for was the possibility that pretending to care about someone might actually teach you how to care for real. Her hands were shaking slightly now, but she couldn't stop, not when she was finally saying things that mattered. I fell for someone I was supposed to be pretending to date, and instead of examining what that meant, I let fear convince me it was just good acting. I told myself that professional objectivity required emotional distance, that admitting genuine feelings would compromise my credibility as a journalist. The truth is simpler and more embarrassing. I was just scared. The vulnerability felt like exposure, like walking into a press conference without notes or preparation, but also like relief, like finally setting down weight she'd been carrying for months. The real story isn't about whether our relationship was authentic or performed. It's about a media landscape that makes authenticity and performance indistinguishable, that turns human connection into content and genuine emotion into clickbait. We've created a system where the line between truth and entertainment has been erased so completely that even the people living it can't tell the difference. Kenzie leaned back in her desk chair, the worn leather creaking under her weight as she read over what she'd written. The words glowed harsh and unforgiving on her laptop screen in the pre-dawn darkness of her apartment. It was raw and unpolished, lacking the crisp professionalism of her usual work, no clever turns of phrase, no devastating one-liners that would get quoted on Twitter. The sentences felt stripped down, vulnerable, like she'd forgotten to put on armor before walking into battle. It was also the most honest thing she'd ever put on a page. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, muscle memory reaching for the backspace key. Delete it. Write something safer. Something that won't make you sound like you're having a breakdown at 4 a.m. But instead, before she could second guess herself into paralysis, she added a title. Check out. Simple. Direct. The kind of headline that would either be ignored completely or burn through the internet like wildfire. The cursor blinked in the metadata fields, tags, categories, publication settings, all the little boxes that turned writing into product, thought into commodity, human experience into searchable content. The machinery of modern journalism, reducing complexity to keywords and emotional nuance to engagement metrics. She left them blank. The publish button sat there like a dare, glowing blue against the interface. Kenzie could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, could taste the metallic edge of fear on her tongue. This wasn't like submitting a piece to an editor who would smooth the rough edges and add safety nets. This was stepping off a cliff with no idea where she'd land. At 4:17 a.m., with her hands trembling slightly from caffeine and adrenaline, Kenzie hit publish and watched the page go live. The article appeared on her personal blog, stark and uncompromising against the simple black and white template she'd never bothered to customize. No banner ads hawking protein powder, no social media widgets begging for likes, no comment section for hot takes and arguments. Just her words, floating in the digital void like a message in a bottle, waiting to see who might find them. Her phone buzzed with the notification that the post had gone live, the sound sharp in the silence of her apartment. But she turned it face down on the nightstand and crawled into bed, suddenly exhausted in the way that came after finally setting down something heavy. Sleep came surprisingly easily, like her body had been waiting for months for her to finally tell the truth about something that mattered. The sunlight streaming through her bedroom windows woke her around noon, golden and unforgiving, along with the persistent buzzing of her phone against the nightstand. The notification screen was a wall of alerts. Shares, mentions, messages from numbers she didn't recognize, missed calls from colleagues who never called unless something was on fire. The little counter next to her blog stats showed 3,000 shares and climbing, the numbers refreshing faster than she could process them. Oh, shit. Her stomach dropped to somewhere around her ankles, a cold spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with the morning air conditioning. She'd expected a few friends to read it, maybe some fellow journalists who followed her personal account, the usual suspects who liked her sardonic posts about deadline coffee and press conference disasters. Not this digital avalanche that kept refreshing faster than she could process the numbers. Harper's key scraping in the door saved her from diving headfirst into the comments section, though her roommate's bright-eyed excitement was almost as overwhelming as the notification flood. The familiar jingle of keys hitting the bowl by the entrance felt surreal against the backdrop of her phone's incessant buzzing. Vanessa shared it, Harper announced without preamble, laptop already balanced in one hand while she kicked off her sneakers. Her dark hair was still damp from what must have been an early morning run, but her energy was pure caffeinated journalist excitement, with a quote about honest journalism being the only kind that matters. Hockey Twitter's absolutely losing their minds in a good way. Hockey Twitter is losing their minds? Kenzie repeated weakly, her voice coming out scratchy from sleep and whatever emotional hangover had settled in overnight. She was still in her pajamas, an old college t-shirt that had seen better decades, and yesterday's makeup was probably doing her no favors. The irony of looking like a disaster while accidentally becoming internet famous wasn't lost on her. That's not ominous at all. No, seriously, look at this. Harper dropped onto the couch with the practiced ease of someone who'd perfected the art of laptop balancing, turning the screen toward Kenzie like she was revealing buried treasure. The Twitter interface glowed with an overwhelming wall of blue check marks and activity notifications. Vanessa's original share sat at the top like a lighthouse in the chaos, retweeted by verified accounts Kenzie recognized, other sports journalists whose work she'd admired from afar, retired players she'd only ever seen in press photos, even a few active athletes whose PR teams probably should have stepped in by now. The responses weren't what she'd braced herself for during those pre-dawn moments of panic. Instead of the usual performative outrage or scorching hot takes designed for maximum engagement, people were sharing their own stories, raw, honest admissions that made her throat tight with recognition. A columnist from Denver wrote about being pressured to manufacture controversy between teammates who were actually friends. A former baseball player thanked her for saying what we were all thinking about the sports media vulture culture. A fan account with thousands of followers had created a long thread about parasocial relationships and the ethics of turning human beings into entertainment. This one's my favorite, Harper said, her finger hovering over a reply as she scrolled through the growing conversation. Her voice had that particular quality it got when she was genuinely moved by something, stripped of her usual teasing edge. The reply she'd stopped on was deceptively simple. Finally, someone with enough balls to admit they're capable of human feelings. More of this, please. Kenzie felt something loosen in her chest, a knot she hadn't realized was there, starting to unravel. Then her phone rang, Amelia's name flashing on the screen like a neon warning sign against a dark highway. The sound cut through the strange bubble of hope that had been forming, sharp and insistent and absolutely inevitable. She'd been expecting this call since the moment she'd hit publish, dreading it with the same intensity she'd once reserved for root canals and performance reviews, but also, surprisingly, strangely ready for it. You violated your non-disclosure agreement. Amelia's voice was ice cold, before Kenzie could even say hello. We'll sue you into bankruptcy if you don't take this down immediately. I'm serious, Morales. You've crossed a line. The professional threat should have terrified her. A lawsuit would destroy her savings, probably her career, definitely her ability to sleep soundly for the foreseeable future. Instead, she felt something she hadn't experienced in months. Complete certainty. Sue me, she said calmly, surprising herself with the steadiness in her voice. This story needed to be told, and I'm done letting you control the narrative. The silence on the other end stretched for several seconds before Amelia hung up without another word. Kenzie set the phone down and realized her hands had stopped shaking for the first time since she'd hit publish. A text from an unknown number made her laugh out loud. About damn time. Coach Danvers. The messages kept coming throughout the afternoon. Teammates she'd interviewed offering support. Other reporters sharing their own stories about editorial pressure and ethical compromises. Readers she'd never met thanking her for giving them language to describe their own discomfort with celebrity culture and manufactured drama. As the afternoon sun streamed through her apartment windows, Kenzie curled up on the couch with her laptop, scrolling through responses and feeling something she hadn't experienced since college. The satisfaction of work that actually mattered. Not because it would trend or generate clicks or drive subscriber growth, but because it had prompted real conversations about things that needed examining. Her blog stats showed the article climbing toward 10,000 shares, but the number felt less important than the quality of engagement. People were responding with thoughtfulness instead of reaction, sharing personal experiences instead of hot takes. Harper emerged from the kitchen with 2 mugs of coffee and settled beside her on the couch. So, what now? Are you going to start your own publication? Freelance? Write a book about sports media corruption? I have no idea, Kenzie admitted, accepting the coffee gratefully. I woke up this morning without a job or a plan. But for the first time in years, I'm not worried about what comes next. Her phone buzzed with another message, this one from a number she recognized. Bodie's text was characteristically direct. Read your article. Proud of you for telling the truth. Coffee later? She typed back quickly, yes, but I'm buying. I can afford one more cup before the lawsuit bankrupts me. His response came immediately. Worth it. As the sun continued to stream through her windows, warming the hardwood floors of the apartment she might not be able to afford much longer, Kenzie realized she'd built something real from the wreckage of her fake relationship. Not just a voice that was finally completely her own, but an audience that valued truth over spectacle, substance over sensation. The notification counter kept climbing, but she closed the laptop and finished her coffee in the golden afternoon light. Whatever came next, lawsuits or job offers or total professional exile, she'd face it with the weight of authentic work behind her and the certainty that she'd finally said something worth saying. Her phone rang again, an unfamiliar area code this time. She answered cautiously. Kenzie Morales, this is Patricia Kim from the Columbia Journalism Review. I was wondering if you might be interested in expanding your blog post into a longer piece for us. We've been looking for someone to examine the ethics of sports entertainment journalism, and your perspective is exactly what we need. Kenzie smiled, watching Harper give her enthusiastic thumbs up from across the room. Maybe she didn't need a plan after all. Maybe she just needed to keep telling the truth and trust that the right doors would open. I'd love to talk, she said, reaching for her notebook out of habit before remembering she didn't need to perform professional competence anymore. This was just a conversation between equals about work that mattered with someone who understood the difference. For the first time in years, that felt like enough. Chapter 14. Postgame Press. The locker room still hummed with victory energy as Bodie made his way toward the press conference room, adrenaline from the overtime goal mixing with the familiar pre-media ritual of checking his hair in the hallway mirror. 4-3 against the Thunder, with assists from both Theo and Martinez. The kind of team win that reminded him why he loved this game in the first place. His teammates were still riding high as they filtered past him toward the showers, sweat-dampened jerseys clinging to their backs and victory grins splitting their faces. Martinez clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to rattle his teeth. "Nice setup on that third goal, Kells. You're back." Back. The word carried more weight than his teammate probably intended, settling somewhere deep in Bodie's chest like a stone dropping into still water. 3 weeks ago, he'd been skating like he was afraid of his own shadow, second-guessing every play and overthinking simple passes until his legs felt like they were moving through concrete. Tonight felt different, clean, like the noise in his head, the constant commentary on his form, his positioning, his worthiness, had finally quieted enough for him to remember what instinct felt like, what it was like to trust his body, to do what it had been trained to do since he was 6 years old. The familiar ache in his shoulders from a game well played, mixed with something lighter, easier. This was what hockey was supposed to feel like. Not a constant test of whether he deserved to be there, but a conversation between his stick and the ice, between him and the puck, between the player he'd always been and the one he was still becoming. "Mr. Keller, we're ready for you," the media coordinator called from the doorway, her clipboard clutched against her chest-like armor. She held the door to the press room open with the practiced patience of someone who'd corralled countless sweaty athletes through this particular ritual. He straightened his shoulders, rolling them once to shake off the last traces of game tension, and walked in, still carrying that genuine post-victory glow that no amount of media training could manufacture. The fluorescent lights hit him like a wall after the softer lighting of the hallway, and the familiar scent of coffee and industrial carpet filled his nostrils. The room was packed with the usual faces, beat reporters from 3 different papers hunched over their notebooks, a couple of bloggers with their phones already recording, and Jenkins from sports radio, who always asked about his workout routine like protein powder was some kind of state secret. But as his eyes swept the familiar setup of folding chairs and overworked recording equipment, he noticed something that made his chest tighten unexpectedly. The third row, left side, where Kenzie usually sat with her digital recorder, and that skeptical expression that suggested she was mentally fact-checking every word before he even spoke. Empty. Just an unoccupied chair that seemed to mock him with its vacancy. Not relief, like it would have been a month ago, when her presence felt like having a sniper trained on his every syllable. This was a specific kind of absence that felt wrong, like realizing your favorite song was missing its best verse. Of course, she wasn't here. She'd quit her job. Because of him, in large part, though she'd been too generous to say it directly. The thought should have made him angry or guilty, but instead it made him respect her even more fiercely. "Bodie, great game tonight," started Dave from the Tribune, launching into the standard opener about momentum shifts and third period adjustments. "Can you walk us through your thought process on that setup pass to Martinez?" The questions flowed easily after that. Power play efficiency, penalty kill strategy, how the team had adjusted after the Thunder's early lead. Bodie found himself answering with a kind of relaxed confidence he hadn't felt in months, the wind still buzzing in his veins like caffeine, and making everything seem clearer, sharper around the edges. His shoulders had finally dropped from their usual press conference tension, and he could feel the genuine satisfaction of a game well played radiating through his chest. The forecheck was working all night, he explained, settling back in his chair with the easy posture of someone who actually meant what he was saying for once. When you trust your line mates to be in position, those plays develop naturally. Martinez has great hands in tight spaces. I just had to get him the puck and let him do what he does best. The familiar rhythm of hockey talk felt good, honest. These were questions he could answer without calculating the angle, without wondering which soundbite would get twisted into tomorrow's headline. Just pure hockey, the way it should be. A few more hockey questions, then the inevitable shift he'd been expecting. Sarah Chen from the Tribune raised her hand, and Bodie recognized the look in her eyes, that subtle sharpening of focus that meant they were moving beyond game analysis into territory that sold papers. His stomach tightened reflexively, the post-game glow already starting to dim. Bodie, your relationship with Kenzie Morales has been in the spotlight lately. How has that affected your game? The room went quiet in that specific way that meant everyone was suddenly paying closer attention. Phones shifted positions slightly, recorders angled toward him more deliberately, and he could practically feel the collective lean in, as 20 reporters sensed blood in the water. This was the moment they'd all been waiting for, the personal angle that would make better copy than his thoughts on defensive zone coverage or power play percentages. The familiar weight of performance settled back onto his shoulders like a lead blanket. Bodie felt the familiar weight of cameras and microphones focused on him like a pack of wolves sensing weakness. But instead of the usual tightness that squeezed his ribs until breathing required conscious effort, something looser settled there, a kind of exhale he hadn't realized he had been holding for months. He thought about Kenzie's article, published 3 days ago and still making rounds on social media, and the way it had stripped away every comfortable lie he'd been telling himself about authenticity and performance. Her words had carved through his carefully constructed image like a blade through tissue paper, leaving him raw, but somehow more himself than he'd felt in years. I'm a better player with her in the stands, he said, with characteristic deadpan timing, the words carrying a weight of truth that surprised even him. He let the pause build, watching 20 pairs of eyes lean forward in anticipation, before adding, with just enough self-deprecation to land the joke, even if she's still judging me. The press room erupted in genuine laughter. Not the polite, obligatory chuckling that usually followed his carefully crafted responses like applause at a corporate retreat, but real amusement that rippled through the room and caught him completely off guard. The sound hit him differently than he expected, warm and unguarded, and he felt his smile spread slowly across his face. Not the media-trained version he'd perfected over years of practice, the one that never quite reached his eyes and could be summoned on command, but something that started deep in his chest and made his cheekbones ache in a way he'd almost forgotten was possible. From the back of the room, past the forest of recording devices and scribbling hands, he caught sight of Theo and Martinez lingering near the exit like overgrown teenagers sneaking into a movie. They were still in their Navy game day suits, but clearly eavesdropping with all the subtlety of a neon sign. Theo was grinning like an absolute idiot, practically bouncing on his toes, and Martinez gave him a subtle thumbs up that somehow managed to look both professional and deeply amused. The gesture made Bodie's chest warm with something beyond the familiar buzz of victory adrenaline, something that felt suspiciously like pride, but not in his stats or his performance. Pride in finally saying something real. So the relationship is helping rather than hindering your performance? Sarah followed up, and Bodie could see her trying to find the angle, the quote, that would fit neatly into whatever narrative she was building. She makes me want to be better at everything, he said simply. Hockey included. Another reporter jumped in before Sarah could respond. There's been speculation about whether this relationship is authentic given how it started. How do you respond to that? The question should have annoyed him, the implication that his feelings were somehow manufactured for public consumption, reduced to another calculated move in the game of image management. Instead, He thought about Kenzie sitting at her laptop last night, the blue glow of the screen illuminating the determined set of her jaw as she typed words that would cost her everything she'd built professionally. The soft click of keys in the dark, the way she'd pause to crack her knuckles before diving back in, because telling the truth mattered more than keeping her job. Because integrity wasn't negotiable, even when it came with a price tag. She quit her job rather than let someone else control her story, he said without hesitation, his voice carrying the weight of admiration he had been trying to suppress for weeks. That's about as real as it gets. The room went quiet again, but this time it felt different. The hungry silence of reporters smelling blood had shifted into something more contemplative rather than predatory. A few reporters exchanged glances, the kind of meaningful looks that said they recognized truth when they heard it, even in a room that trafficked in spin. Bodie realized he'd given them something they hadn't expected. Not a soundbite crafted for maximum damage control, or a deflection wrapped in athlete speak, but actual substance. Something with weight and edges that couldn't be easily twisted. The questions shifted back to hockey after that. Familiar territory about power plays and defensive strategies. But Bodie felt looser, more present in his own skin. The careful tension that usually lived in his shoulders had melted away. When someone asked about his goals for the rest of the season, he talked about team chemistry and playoff positioning with the kind of easy confidence that used to come naturally before he'd learned to second-guess every instinctual response and filter every thought through media training protocols. I think we're building something special here, he said as the session wound down, his hands relaxed on the podium instead of gripping it like a lifeline. When you trust the people around you, on the ice and off, everything else becomes easier. Dave from the Tribune nodded appreciatively, his pen already tucked away. Thanks for your time, Bodie. Congratulations on the win. As the reporters began packing up their equipment, the rustle of notebooks closing and cameras being stowed, creating a gentle din of conclusion, Bodie felt something he hadn't experienced in years of press conferences. The satisfaction of having said exactly what he meant, without calculation or performance. He'd talked about Kenzie the way she deserved to be talked about, as someone worth defending, worth admiring, worth choosing over and over again. He made his way toward the exit, nodding to the lingering reporters and accepting a few more congratulations from team staff. The victory high was mixing with something else now, a quiet certainty that he'd handled himself well, without needing to hide behind carefully rehearsed responses. Behind the press conference backdrop, in the hallway that connected the media room to the main arena corridors, he found exactly what he'd been hoping for, without quite admitting it to himself. Kenzie was leaning against the wall, no press credentials hanging around her neck, no recorder clutched in her hand, just herself in dark jeans and his old team hoodie, the one she'd borrowed after that rainstorm 3 weeks ago and somehow never returned. The navy fabric was worn soft from years of washes, and seeing her in it still did something to his chest that he hadn't quite gotten used to. Her hair was loose around her shoulders instead of pulled back in her professional braid, the dark curls catching the harsh fluorescent lighting of the hallway, and she looked up as he approached with an expression he was still learning to read, without the automatic wariness that had once been second nature. The question in her eyes, how did it go, was answered by his relaxed posture and the genuine smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before he said a word. She could always read him better than he wanted to admit, even when he was trying to hide behind the carefully constructed walls he'd spent years perfecting. It should have unnerved him, the way she saw through every defense he'd ever built. But instead, it felt like relief. No more scripts? She asked quietly. And there was something vulnerable threaded through her voice, like she was asking about more than just his press conference performance. Like she was asking if he was finally ready to let the real version of himself exist in the light. Bodie shook his head, reaching for her hand with the kind of easy certainty that would have terrified him a month ago. Their fingers interlaced with practiced familiarity, her skin warm against his palm, solid and completely real in a way that made everything else, the reporters, the cameras, the constant pressure to perform, feel manageable. Her thumb brushed across his knuckles, a small gesture that somehow steadied him more than any pre-game ritual ever had. "Turns out I'm better at telling the truth," he said, squeezing her hand gently, feeling the callus on her index finger from years of gripping pens, and the small scar near her wrist that she'd gotten falling off her bike as a kid. All the details he'd memorized without meaning to. Who knew? She smiled at that, the kind that started small at the corners of her mouth and spread across her entire face, transforming her from the sharp-edged reporter who'd once made opposing teams nervous to someone softer, more open, someone who looked at him like he was worth the risk of letting her guard down. "I might have had some idea." They walked through the arena corridors together, their footsteps echoing against the concrete walls, past teammates who'd stopped treating them like a curiosity and started treating them like exactly what they were. Two people who'd figured out how to be honest with each other and decided that was worth keeping. Martinez nodded approvingly as they passed, his knowing grin suggesting he'd probably won money betting on when they'd stop pretending this was all for show. Even Coach Danvers, emerging from his post-game meeting with management still clutching his ever-present clipboard, gave them what might have been the first genuine smile Bodie had ever seen from the man. A quick flash of approval that made Bodie's chest warm with something that felt suspiciously like pride. The arena staff they passed no longer looked at them with the calculating interest of people watching a publicity stunt unfold. Instead, they got the kind of polite acknowledgement reserved for relationships that had proven themselves stable and real. Boring in the best possible way. As they approached the player's entrance, Bodie realized he could hear Kenzie's breathing, steady and calm beside him, and smell the faint scent of her shampoo mixed with the arena's familiar combination of ice and industrial cleaning products. Small details that felt significant in their ordinariness, like evidence that this was actually happening. The heavy doors opened onto the cool night air, and Bodie felt the last of his adrenaline settling into something quieter and more sustainable. This was what it felt like when performance ended and life began. Simple, honest, and completely theirs. "So," Cammy said as they stepped outside, her breath visible in small puffs in the October air. "What now?" Bodie considered the question, thinking about tomorrow's practice and next week's road trip, and all the press conferences and public appearances that would follow. A month ago, the future had felt like an endless series of performances he needed to perfect. Now, it just felt like time they'd get to spend together. "Now we go get coffee," he said, surprising himself with how easy the answer came. "And you can tell me what you really thought of my answers in there." "All of them?" she asked, raising an eyebrow with mock skepticism. "Especially the ones about you." She laughed, the sound echoing slightly in the empty parking lot, and Bodie realized this was exactly what happiness felt like when you stopped trying to manufacture it for other people's consumption. Chapter 15, The One They Didn't Plan. The knock at her door came at exactly 7:15, which meant Bodie had stopped at Cafe Clutch after practice and probably spent 10 minutes complaining to whoever would listen about Coach Danvers' latest obsession with defensive positioning drills. Kenzie pulled the door open with her usual greeting, already forming, something sarcastic about his predictable timing. But the words died when she saw his face. He looked nervous, not media-trained nervous, where his jaw would tighten just slightly and his smile would become a fraction too practiced. This was actual, honest-to-God nervous, the kind that made his free hand fidget against his thigh, while the other clutched a wrapped rectangular package against his chest like armor. "You're early," she said, stepping back to let him in. "And you look like you're about to confess to a crime." "Maybe I am." He followed her into the living room, but didn't settle onto the couch the way he usually did, dropping his gear bag and immediately claiming half her space. Instead, he hovered near the coffee table, still holding whatever was wrapped in that careful brown paper. Kenzie studied his expression, recognizing the particular brand of vulnerability that he usually reserved for moments when he thought she wasn't paying attention. Okay, now I'm genuinely worried. Did you get traded? Are you moving to Calgary or something equally tragic? Nothing that dramatic. His mouth quirked up in what might have been a smile if it hadn't looked so uncertain. Just, sit down. She raised an eyebrow but folded herself cross-legged onto the couch, automatically creating space for him beside her. Is this going to be weird? Because I should probably warn you that Harper's been texting me updates from her latest true crime podcast binge, and I'm in exactly the right headspace to assume the worst about mysterious packages. It's not weird, he said, though the way he perched on the edge of the couch suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. At least, I hope it's not weird. Bodie placed the package in her hands, and she could feel the solid weight of whatever was inside, heavier than she'd expected. His eyes stayed fixed on her face with an intensity that made her suddenly self-conscious, like he was memorizing her reaction for some future reference she couldn't guess at. The brown paper crinkled as she peeled it away carefully, her natural instinct toward preservation winning out over curiosity. Whatever this was, it mattered to him enough to wrap properly, with actual tape instead of the kind of haphazard twisting she associated with last-minute gifts. The paper fell away to reveal a shadow box, the kind with deep black matting that made everything inside look important and deliberately preserved. For a moment, her brain couldn't quite process what she was seeing. Her old press credentials mounted next to a signed hockey puck, both items she recognized but couldn't immediately place in context. Then it clicked. Her press pass from their first stadium event, when she'd been so focused on maintaining professional distance that she'd practically flinched every time he touched her for the cameras and the puck, signed by half the team in silver marker. From that same day, when Victor the Viper had knocked over their promotional standee mid-interview and somehow made their stilted fake couple poses look even more ridiculous, a yellow sticky note was attached to the glass in the bottom corner, Bodie's careful handwriting visible even through the protective surface. Realest story you ever wrote. Her throat tightened unexpectedly. That particular ache that came when someone saw right through to the center of something she'd thought she'd hidden. He was talking about her blog post, the one where she'd stripped away every professional filter and written exactly what it felt like to fall for someone she'd convinced herself she hated. The piece that had changed everything, because she'd finally stopped performing and started telling the truth. You kept the puck? The question came out softer than she'd intended, barely above a whisper, and she had to clear her throat to find her normal voice again. Bodie's expression shifted into that understated smile she'd learned to recognize, the one that meant he was proud of something, but trying not to make a big deal about it. Figured we might want to remember how this actually started, he said, finally relaxing enough to settle properly beside her on the couch. You know, before it got real and complicated. She turned the shadow box in her hands, catching the light on the glass surface, seeing her own reflection overlaid on the artifacts of their beginning. Her press credentials looked smaller than she remembered, the laminated photo making her look younger and more skeptical than she felt now. The puck was exactly as ridiculous as she'd expected, covered in signatures from players whose names she'd barely known at the time. I can't believe Victor the Viper made it into our origin story, she said, trying to lighten the moment before the emotion sitting in her chest spilled over completely. Harper's going to lose her mind when she finds out. Where is Harper, anyway? Bodie glanced around the living room as if expecting her roommate to emerge from the kitchen with commentary about their romantic milestone. Usually she's here to provide running commentary on my relationship choices. Book club, Kenzie said, still staring at the shadow box. which is actually just an excuse for her and 3 other freelancers to drink wine and complain about their clients. She'll be back around 10 with questionable takes about whatever thriller they pretended to read, and probably some gossip about the neighbor's dating life. Good, he said, and something in his tone made her look up. I was hoping we could have the place to ourselves for a while. The words should have sounded suggestive, but they didn't. Instead, they carried the kind of quiet honesty that she'd come to associate with their best moments. The times when they stopped performing for each other and just existed in the same space. Kenzie set the shadow box carefully on the coffee table, positioning it where she could still see it, but where it wouldn't get knocked over if they spread out the way they usually did. Thai food? She suggested, reaching for her phone. I'm thinking green curry and whatever spring rolls they have left. You always get green curry, Bodie pointed out, but he was already settling deeper into the couch cushions, claiming his usual territory. Don't you ever want to try something new? I like what I like, she said, scrolling through the delivery app with practiced efficiency, and I know exactly how spicy I can handle without crying in front of you. You cried eating my leftover vindaloo, he reminded her. That doesn't count as crying in front of me. That was crying because of terrible life choices. Same difference. 20 minutes later, they had containers of Thai food spread across the coffee table. Harper's abandoned relationship timeline whiteboard still hanging on the wall behind them, like a monument to how completely wrong her roommate's predictions had been. The whiteboard featured increasingly elaborate theories about their fake relationship timeline, complete with different colored markers for public appearances, private moments, and something labeled inevitable emotional breakdown that Harper had circled in red. Looking at it now, Kinsey realized how much energy they'd all spent trying to map out something that had been determined to develop on its own terms, defying every timeline and prediction they'd tried to impose on it. She curled against Bodhi's side, her head finding the space between his shoulder and chest that seemed designed specifically for this purpose. The familiar weight of his arm around her shoulders felt different now, less careful, more automatic, like muscle memory instead of conscious decision. Okay, this is definitely too spicy, she said after her first bite of green curry, but she kept eating anyway because the burn was manageable and the flavors were exactly what she'd been craving. You say that every time, Bodhi pointed out, stealing a piece of her chicken with his chopsticks, and then you finish the entire container. I have commitment issues with most things, she said, letting her eyes drift closed as his free hand started absently playing with her hair, fingers combing through the strands with the kind of unconscious affection that made her chest warm. But apparently not with questionably spicy food. There were no cameras here to document the way he touched her, no contracts requiring them to manufacture intimate moments or hit specific romantic milestones. No publicist timing their interactions or reporters analyzing their body language for signs of authenticity. Just the weight of his hand in her hair and the steady rhythm of his breathing beneath her cheek. The silent stretch between them, comfortable and undemanding, filled only with the quiet sounds of eating and the distant hum of traffic outside her window. This was what their relationship looked like when stripped of all external expectations. Takeout containers and tangled legs, and the kind of peace that came from not having to perform for anyone. So what happens now? The question slipped out during a lull in conversation, and Kinsey realized she'd been thinking about it without meaning to, not in the anxious exit strategy way that had defined most of her previous relationships, but with genuine curiosity about what came next. Bodhi's answer came without the careful pause she'd learned to associate with his media-trained responses, the kind of calculated delay that meant he was choosing his words for maximum impact. Now we just do this, he said simply, gesturing with his chopsticks at their takeout containers in the comfortable way they'd arranged themselves on her couch. No headlines, no performance requirements, just us figuring it out as we go. Kenzie tilted her head to look at him, studying the profile she'd memorized over weeks of stolen glances and careful observation. His jaw was relaxed, no tension in the muscles she'd watched him clench during difficult interviews. His eyes were focused on something in the middle distance, not calculating angles or considering how his words might be interpreted by an audience of strangers. This was Bodie, without the performance, without the careful charm that had made him successful in a world that demanded constant likability. Just him, eating Thai food in her living room and playing with her hair like it was the most natural thing in the world. Her gaze drifted back to the shadow box on the coffee table, evidence of the distance they'd traveled from fake to real. The press credentials that had once represented professional obligation now looked like artifacts from someone else's life. A version of herself who'd been so committed to maintaining emotional distance that she'd nearly missed the best thing to happen to her in years. I used to plan exit strategies, she said quietly, the admission surprising her as it left her mouth. For everything, relationships, jobs, friendships, I'd map out exactly how to leave before things got complicated. Bodhi's hand stilled in her hair for a moment, then resumed its gentle movement. Used to? I haven't planned one for this, she realized, aloud, testing the words to see how they felt. I'm not building escape routes or analyzing failure points. I'm just staying. Good, he said, and she could hear the smile in his voice without looking up to confirm it. Because I wasn't planning on making it easy for you to leave anyway. So that sounds ominous, she teased, but there was no real concern in it. The idea of him fighting for her, of being something worth fighting for, sent a warm rush of certainty through her chest. More like a promise, he said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head that felt like punctuation at the end of a sentence they'd been writing together for weeks. Kenzie closed her eyes and let herself sink deeper into the moment. The weight of his arm around her, the lingering taste of green curry, the shadow box catching lamplight from across the room. For the first time in her adult life, she wasn't analyzing the sustainability of her feelings or calculating the probability of disappointment. She was just choosing to stay, and it felt like the realest story she'd ever been part of. Epilogue. The press pass and the proposal. The press credentials felt different around her neck tonight, lighter somehow, despite being the same laminated rectangle she'd worn to countless events over the years. Kenzie adjusted the lanyard as she moved through the ballroom of the Grand Harbor Hotel, her fingers automatically straightening the small card that now read freelance sports journalist instead of the outlet logo that had defined her professional identity for so long. The league's end-of-season awards gala stretched before her in all its glittering excess. Crystal chandeliers throwing prisms across white tablecloths. Servers weaving between clusters of players still awkward in formal wear. Coaches who had traded their behind-the-bench intensity for the careful diplomacy required at events like this. The usual mix of hockey royalty, front office executives, and media personalities filled the cavernous space, with the kind of controlled energy that came from putting natural competitors in fancy clothes and expecting them to make small talk. Kenzie had covered this event 3 times before, always with the same approach. Circling the edges, hunting for the unguarded moment or overheard comment that might become tomorrow's story. She'd perfected the art of strategic positioning, knowing exactly where to stand to catch players off guard or which questions would crack their media, trained facades just enough to reveal something newsworthy. Tonight felt entirely different. She found herself actually listening to conversations instead of mining them for quotes, genuinely laughing at Theo Martinez's terrible joke about his penalty minutes, and accepting a glass of champagne from a passing server without calculating whether the alcohol might make her miss some crucial interview opportunity. You look relaxed, Vanessa observed, appearing at her elbow with her own glass and a knowing smile. It's weird seeing you at one of these things without that predatory journalist thing you usually have going on. Predatory journalist thing? Kenzie raised an eyebrow. though she couldn't entirely deny the accuracy of the assessment. You know, the way you used to hover near conversations like a shark waiting for someone to say something stupid? Vanessa's grin took any sting out of the words. Tonight, you just look like someone who actually wants to be here. The observation unsettled Kenzie briefly, not because it was wrong, but because it was so completely right. She was enjoying herself, genuinely engaged with the celebration instead of treating it as hunting ground. When had that shift happened? When had she stopped seeing every professional gathering as a battlefield where she needed to prove herself through the strategic deployment of cutting questions and razor sharp observations? Maybe I'm just getting soft, she said, but even as the words left her mouth, she knew they weren't true. She wasn't losing her edge. She was choosing when to use it. The difference felt monumental. The lights dimmed as dinner service concluded, and league officials began the familiar ritual of calling winners to the stage. Kenzie had sat through enough of these ceremonies to know the rhythm. Team awards first, then individual achievements, building toward the major honors that actually mattered to the players. She settled back in her chair, expecting to observe with professional detachment while mentally drafting the lead for her freelance piece. But when the presenter's voice echoed through the sound system, this year's leadership award goes to Midland Vipers, center Bodie Keller. Kenzie felt her attention snap into sharp focus for entirely personal reasons. She watched him rise from his table near the front, noting the genuine surprise that flickered across his features before settling into something steadier. The walk to the stage carried none of the calculated confidence she'd learned to recognize as his public persona. His stride was natural, unhurried, the movement of someone who belonged in his own skin rather than someone performing belonging for an audience. The distinction might have been invisible to the roomful of strangers applauding politely, but Kenzie had spent enough time studying the difference between Bodie's real moods and his media-approved expressions to catch the subtle tells. His shoulders sat differently when he wasn't consciously managing his image. His smile reached his eyes instead of stopping at his mouth. The careful charm that had made him successful in press conferences was nowhere in evidence tonight. Just the quiet assurance of someone who'd found his footing. He accepted the award with the expected grace, thanking his teammates and coaches with what sounded like genuine appreciation rather than scripted politeness. Kenzie found herself half listening to the familiar cadences of acceptance speech protocol, her attention caught instead by the way his eyes swept the room without seeming to search for approval or calculate the impact of his words. Then his gaze found hers across the crowded ballroom, and something in his expression shifted. And to the journalist who taught me that being real is scarier than being perfect, but infinitely more worthwhile, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the sound system while his eyes remained locked on hers. The ballroom erupted in the kind of enthusiastic applause that suggested the audience appreciated unexpected honesty. But Kenzie barely registered the sound. Heat bloomed in her cheeks. Not the embarrassed flush she'd have felt months ago when their relationship was pure performance, but something warmer and more complex. Recognition, maybe, or the particular satisfaction that came from being seen clearly by someone whose opinion actually mattered. He was claiming their story publicly, on his own terms, without the careful spin or strategic positioning that had characterized everything about their arrangement in the beginning. No publicist had scripted that line. No crisis management firm had focus grouped the phrasing. It was just Bodie, standing on a stage in front of the hockey world's most influential people, choosing vulnerability over safety. Kenzie pressed her fingers to her press credentials, feeling the sharp edges through the fabric of her dress. The weight around her neck that had once represented professional obligation now felt like a choice. Her choice to be here, to cover this story, to build something real from whatever remained of their fake beginning. The ceremony continued around her, but Kenzie's attention had narrowed to the specific warmth spreading through her chest. and the way Bodhi's smile looked different when it was meant just for her. She'd spent so many years treating professional events like battlegrounds that she'd forgotten it was possible to attend one and feel genuinely happy. When the formal program concluded and the ballroom began to empty toward the post-ceremony reception, Kenzie found herself moving against the flow of people. Instead of heading toward the bar area where most of the media would gather for informal interviews, she followed the discreet signs pointing toward the backstage area, where award winners would be fulfilling their photo obligation. The corridor behind the ballroom was significantly less glamorous than the main event space. Fluorescent lighting, industrial carpeting, and the kind of utilitarian functionality that never appeared in any PR materials. Kenzie had been in similar spaces at other venues, usually trying to corner players for quick quotes while they were still riding the high of recognition and potentially less careful with their words. Tonight, she wasn't hunting for quotes, she just wanted to find him. She spotted Bodie before he saw her, standing near a bank of elevators, with the leadership award tucked under one arm and his other hand fidgeting with something small enough to be concealed in his closed fist. The confident ease from his stage appearance had been replaced by something that looked surprisingly like nervous energy. The kind of restless motion she associated with players before crucial plays or difficult conversations. "Hey," she called softly, not wanting to startle him in what was clearly a private moment. He turned at the sound of her voice, and his expression shifted through several emotions, too quickly for her to catalog them all. Relief, definitely, something that might have been anticipation, and underneath it all, the particular vulnerability that seemed to surface whenever they were alone together without scripts or audiences. "Before you panic," he said quickly, his usual eloquence completely abandoned in favor of the kind of rambling honesty that only emerged when he was truly nervous. "It's not what you think. Or maybe it is, but not in the way you're expecting." Kenzie felt her eyebrows climb toward her hairline as he produced a small velvet jewelry box from his hand, the kind of container that came with very specific implications in most contexts. Her heart performed some complicated maneuver that was part leap, part stutter, part free fall, and she had to focus deliberately on breathing while her brain tried to process the rapidly shifting parameters of whatever this moment was becoming. "Just look," he said, opening the box and extending it toward her with hands that weren't quite steady. "Before you say anything or start building exit strategies or remember all the very logical reasons why this is probably too fast, just look." Inside the box, nestled in white satin like the world's strangest engagement ring, was her old press pass, the one from their very first event together, when everything between them had been contractual obligation and mutual antagonism. Someone had laminated it carefully, protecting the faded lettering and slightly blurry photo that represented the beginning of whatever they'd become. But more than that, the press pass was fitted perfectly inside a signed hockey puck that had been hollowed out to create a custom setting, as if her media credentials were something precious enough to be preserved and displayed. The combination should have looked ridiculous, a collision between two incompatible worlds that belonged in entirely different contexts. Instead, it looked exactly right. Kenzie lifted the unusual keepsake from its satin nest, her fingers automatically finding the familiar corners and edges of the laminated card that had once opened doors to locker rooms and press boxes. She turned it over, and there, in her own handwriting, faded but still legible, were the words she'd scribbled on the back before their first event. "Try not to embarrass yourself." The sarcastic reminder to herself, written when she'd still believed their fake relationship would be nothing more than an extended exercise in mutual professional endurance. When she'd been so determined to maintain her edge, her distance, her carefully constructed defenses against anything that might compromise her judgment or soften her reputation. "I kept it," Bodie said softly, his voice lacking any of the polished confidence that usually characterized his public speaking, because it was the first real thing between us, even when everything else was fake. Your honesty, even when it was meant to cut. Kenzie studied the makeshift keepsake in her hands, understanding flooding through her with the kind of clarity that only came in truly important moments. This wasn't a traditional proposal. It was something more personal and infinitely more meaningful. A promise that they would keep choosing honesty over performance, even when it was harder. Even when it meant abandoning the safety of professional distance or scripted interaction. The press pass, in its hockey puck setting, represented everything they'd built from the wreckage of their fake beginning. The decision to stay real when staying fake would have been easier. The choice to trust each other with the complicated truths that lived beneath their public personas. The gradual recognition that what they'd found together was worth protecting from the forces that wanted to commodify or simplify it. You kept my sarcastic reminder to myself, she said finally, her voice catching slightly on the words. I kept the moment you decided to be honest with me instead of performing for me, he corrected gently. Even if you didn't realize you were making that choice at the time. Kenzie looked up from the keepsake to find his eyes, seeing reflected there the same quiet certainty that was spreading through her chest like warmth. They had built something real from something fake. Something lasting from something that was supposed to be temporary. Something private from something that had begun as pure public performance. When she kissed him in that empty hallway, surrounded by the distant sounds of celebration echoing from the ballroom, there was no audience to perform for, no cameras to consider, no contracts requiring specific demonstrations of affection, just the weight of the promise in her hands, and the quiet understanding that they had chosen each other completely and without reservations. And that choice was entirely their own. The press credentials around her neck brushed against his shirt as she stepped closer, and for the first time since she'd started wearing them, they felt exactly like what they were supposed to be. Tools for telling true stories, starting with the truest one she'd ever been part of.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.